And I must say the public hasn't seen or haven't been used to seeing that from previous governments. We often hear persons state, we are not playing political games in the House of Parliament, but I by now, and the people of our country know, it's not by what we say, but the actions in which we are doing it. We hear often as well that this government likes to blame the previous government, but today I've heard from opposition many times that they are going back to when they were in government or previous governments from the past. So although they would like us to move forward from the past, they keep going back to it. And oftentimes, I mean, even back in the article I was reading earlier from when the former minister of VSI just got into office, he also then blamed the previous minister with the condition of the hospital situation. So I guess history seems to somewhat repeat, but for me it's 2025, a new chapter. Let's move on, and let's move on to the future of our country. It's easy to state who started an initiative project, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was a good thing. It's not what is done, but how it is done and who finishes it. I'm happy to see today that this Council of Ministers are looking forward and have a realistic vision for our country. So with that, through you, Madam Chair, I have a few questions to the various ministers. Through you, Madam Chair, for the Minister of Finance. According to some information that I received from small business owners, it was stated that one of the major banks would raise their credit card terminal fee this year from $40 to $60, and the e-commerce from $20 to $40. The small businesses are already being challenged as they are not able to compete to the extent of the big businesses. It was mentioned today earlier about certain supermarkets taking advantage and finding new ways to deal with the whole banking system and paying with the card. So how can the ministry regulate these fees to ensure we don't overcharge our small businesses to a fair chance to survive? To the Minister of TIAT, through you, Madam Chair, could the Minister please provide an overview of decisions taken regarding lottery booths from 2021 to 2024? Was there any decision taken during that period of accept payments, license fees, or otherwise? Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Romi. We've seen the road signage. There's still a lot that are damaged throughout the roads. Is there a plan to restore all road signage? It appears also to be a safety concern as well, as for some poles which are damaged alongside the road can cause a safety hazard to road users. Also, I've spoken to some persons in the community who live in the hillsides, and after the heavy rainfall that we have received the past couple of months, there's a concern for landslides onto their property. What are the procedures to inform the ministry and to ensure safety to those living on the hillsides? Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Justice. Scooters has been a topic over the past, not only today, but also through the Central Committee meeting. What is the plan to ensure that those driving without helmet or number plate get a fine? For example, every morning when I go into the South Reward area and when I come back out, there are some police officers who are conducting the traffic. And sometimes I'm there and I see the scooter driver pass me, pass the police officer, and nothing is done. So would it be possible maybe to have a second officer on scene to ensure that then fines can be taken, given to those riders, so that way, because otherwise it becomes acceptance when the scooter driver also doesn't have helmet or doesn't have a number plate, can pass a police officer on the road without any consequence. It was mentioned about safety and tint on vehicles as well by my fellow MP, which caused a tragic accident a few days ago. How can we expect the public to adhere to these rules if we have a government, cars driving around fully tinted? You know, I urge the government to also lead by example when it comes to these matters. To the Minister of VSA, through you, Madam Chair, previous MPs have mentioned cannabis. I understood that there is a work group between the ministries of TIAT, Justice, and VSA. Has this work group provided your cabinet, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, with all the documentation as it pertains to the work group pertaining to cannabis, where there's a tripartite committee between the Ministry of TIAT, Justice, and VSA to handle the, so I'm asking through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of VSA if that work group has given the Minister of VSA the information that was gathered already from the work group, seeing that you're new as well, and maybe also the Minister of Justice, seeing that she just took the chair, that she also has that information pertaining to the cannabis. This is, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of VSA, but it also relates to the Minister of General Affairs, the Prime Minister. There's a job expo which is going to be had in the Netherlands in March. There was one, I noticed that last year the Department of P&O was represented, and the NESC when they went, and they had separate booths. Is there a way that if they are going this year again in March to represent St. Martin, if there's a collaboration also to save costs, cut costs, that they collaborate and have one booth with the government of St. Martin, P&O, and the NESC together? I think that would save some costs. And my final questions through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of ECYS. There is a lot of talk about scholarships. We've heard it today as well. What is the vision of the ministry when it comes to scholarships, but pertaining to sports within our youth? I ask because oftentimes we associate scholarships when it comes to college and going to college. But when it comes to sports, we should start to look into the possibility of providing scholarships earlier, such as athletes that we see have a skill that want to attend a high school. What are the possibilities when it comes to that? When it comes to sport, it is crucial to develop our athletes at an earlier age. Thank you, Madam Chair. That will be all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Weaver, for your contribution to the discussion and the questions to the ministers of government. I now give the floor to the next speaker, and that is MP Veronica Jansen-Webster. MP Jansen, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Griffier, my fellow colleagues in Parliament, and to the ministers, I say good afternoon and welcome to the House of Parliament, and good afternoon to the public listening and viewing here in the Tribune and via the media. I am happy that we are here again, where we can get more information about this, our most important document for our country, our budget. We have received this document last year. We were given the opportunity to go through and ask questions during the Central Committee. We also received the uitvoeringsrapportage, the implementation plan, where we could see what was spent so far. And based on all of this, I did my review, and I just have a few questions that focus primarily on the improvement of the quality of life of our people, our citizens. So the main issues top of mind of our people in St. Martin right now has been mentioned before, but I would still like to mention because it's so important. The rise in crime, the garbage, the motorbikes, and the scooters. People don't feel safe anymore. That's a big thing because for quality of life, you need to feel safe. And it affects everything. It also affects our economy because if you don't feel safe, and some other members mentioned, and you just want to stay home, you will not go and enjoy the entertainment, the bars, or go out, which then will translate into funds going into the coffers of government because those establishments that you go to will pay taxes. So it sets us back. So that's why it's so important. With regards to the motorbikes, and the fear that people have driving. And I mean, I think on my elderly mother driving on the road, I think on my young son who is not familiar maybe with the potholes, familiar with how the bikers ride. You're very concerned when they go on the road. I'm concerned when I go on the road. And I think that if I give a personal story, I'm a person who have been in an accident with scooters twice, not once, twice. Once when I was driving and once when I was being driven as a minister. It leaves you scared and it leaves you shaken. And to know that there is nothing in place, there is no insurance. So if your vehicle is damaged, there's nothing that is done. In my case, where I was stationary on the road, at a crosswalk, I watched the person crossing the crosswalk being knocked down by the scooter, lying unconscious on the crosswalk, and the scooter approaching my windscreen. And in the last moment, it was diverted by the car in front of me. That person went to the police station. He didn't have any papers on him, and the police let him go home to bring it back. Of course, he never came back because he didn't have any. And 2 days later, when I was driving over the Lexi Arnell Road, better known as the Old Cake House Road, I witnessed the same gentleman coming in the wrong direction on a different scooter, and he actually stopped and watched at me because they are above the law and they get away. So having said all of that, my question to the minister is, I have seen the crushing of the scooters now, which means that you're making way that you can pick up more scooters. But what can you tell us? Can you tell the community something, especially people who have been, I'll call it victims of these accidents? What can you tell us to reassure us, to make us feel like this is concretely happening and something will be done this year about the scooters and the way how people are not abiding by the rules and the laws of the road network? So that's my question for the Minister of Justice. I have some more questions for the Minister of Justice once my computer here agrees with me. So there are many social media postings right now about crime in St. Martin, and we have seen up to yesterday where a Canadian entity issued a warning about visiting St. Martin. And on social media, you can find so many of these warnings. The question that I have, this one is more for Tiat. I'm sorry that it's mixed up now, but this one is for Tiat. What is the tourist office doing? Has the tourist office started actions to combat the negative publicity that St. Martin is getting right now? And coming back to the Minister of TIAT, you mentioned yesterday the purchase of cameras for combating crime. Is there anything else that you can mention concretely so that people feel safer? What else can you mention for us? Just like you mentioned the cameras, what else can you mention that you are working on this year to make us feel safer as a community? To the Minister of Justice, sorry, through you, Madam Chair. So the Minister of TIAT, through you, Madam Chair, what is being done by the Tourist Office to combat the image of St. Martin, the negative image of St. Martin now in social media and in the media? And to the Minister of TIAT, the Minister of Justice, what, through you, Madam Chair, can you tell us that is being done besides the cameras, the purchase of the cameras? I was very pleased to receive the budget amendment document from ECYS, making it possible for that ministry to fill some additional vacancies. But I was a bit disappointed still that in the Justice Ministry that I did not see, especially in the prison, any vacancies added. And I hear the minister clearly. And through you, Madam Chair, I can say that after hearing the minister yesterday, I was moved to look extra hard at suggestions for revenue generation. Because I know that I've discussed this, and the Minister of Finance has indicated to us that she wants a stabilizing budget and she wants a realistic budget, and she doesn't want to, I will paraphrase and say, get our hopes up that we're going to get all of this money and then we still have things that we need to put in place. I understand all of that. But when I hear the Minister of Justice and I hear the situation that we're in, and I hear ECYS as well, you get the feeling that we should, wherever we can, still try to find ways to get this money for especially the Ministry of Justice. I also took note of the presentation given yesterday regarding the signing of the LBAs, and I just have one question. If the Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Chair, if the Minister of Finance thinks that all the LBAs outstanding will be signed in 2025, or is it realistic that they won't be signed on maybe until 2026? I just want to know, will the LBAs, the last LBAs be signed in 2025 still? Because I know the process takes long, so we just want to be realistic. What can people expect? There was one question that I asked during the Central Committee that when I looked at the answers that were given, this question wasn't answered, and I was contemplating whether I should ask again. Because I estimated the amount, because the question was how much is outstanding to GB for the leak in the prison. I didn't get a number, but I estimate that it's around 100,000 guilders. But I would like to know still from the Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, how much is the outstanding amount for GEBE for the water bill? And then I know that GEBE has a system, once you have a smart meter, they can see inside if you have a leak or not. And can the Minister of Justice, or maybe actually this is for the Prime Minister, the Minister of General Affairs, can tell us, because they are the ones who are over facilities, and so they see the bills. And if either the Minister of General Affairs or the Minister of Justice through you, Madam Chair, can let us know when exactly, in which month, and in which year there was a mutation in the bill for the water for the prison, because then we can see when did this leak start. Because we know that the people in Back Bay have been complaining for some time, and we know that it was not the tank as everyone thought, but it was in the prison. And in the CC, the Minister of Justice indicated that there was a leak in the prison. I would just like to know, again, how much is the outstanding and when exactly did the leak start? And the reason why this is important is because when we want to save money, we should also look at spending money efficiently. And that is why I will tie in here and ask the Minister of General Affairs to look with the facility department if there are any other meters that are assigned to government with mutations that will indicate that there is a leak. And again, GB internally can give you those meters indication if there is a possibility of there being a leak. We have a unique situation in Parliament right now where when I did a count, we have 9 former ministers. And so that means that only 6 of our members in Parliament have not been in the executive branch of government. However, of those 6, 2 were chief of staffs. So there are just 4 remaining who have experience in various fields. And so I say this to say that when you know, I'm part of a coalition, but when we ask the questions sometimes because, or when I ask the questions because I've also been there, although be it for a very short time, and you see where you would want to assist the ministries more in being able to realize their activities. And from our end, there's a lot that we can do because we are co-legislators and we work together with you. So I would like to move on now to the Minister of ECYS via you, Madam Chair. And first of all, I commend you for the billboards and banners placed at the sports fields celebrating our local athletes. That is such a plus because a lot of times as athletes, I'll say they never feel the recognition from the community. And just those little small things really speak to the people. Regarding your presentation yesterday, the expansion of the John Lamini Center and the expansion of NEPA. My question through you, Madam Chair, is when does the minister expect that these 2 projects will be completed? So in what year will these 2 projects be completed? And is it the intention to add additional education programs to NEPA as well after the expansion? I read recently that Stacia is sending people to Curaçao for various construction trainings. And I was thinking if we expand and if we can offer plumbing and carpentry and other construction programs that our people too direly need, that we could also get students from neighboring islands to come to the school as well. So my question was, are we planning to add any additional education trainings, any subjects to NEPA in the future? And if yes, like when, which year do we think that we would want to do that? And then moving on to the Ministry of TIAT, through you, Madam Chair. Based on your presentation yesterday, it was not clear if the economic census is now budgeted for 2025, since it was cut from the budget in 2024. If you can let us know. So, 20 years ago, I was given an opportunity by the head of the then head of the tourism department to lead the tourism master plan project. And many of the recommendations in there are still very relevant. Actually, basically everything that we spoke about today, the garbage came up in there, the cleanliness, safety and security was in there, but there were also some recommendations for revenue generation. Safety and security was one of the main issues that were tackled in there in the tourism master plan in 2005. And that's the document that I went to review after hearing the Minister of Justice talk about, the tight budget. And there were two projects that stood out for me. And one of them, I know it's something that I discussed with the Minister of Finance before, and that was the a tax on villa bed nights, which is commonly referred now as the Airbnb tax. What is happening in St. Martin, and I know this true, having worked in the statistics department, is that in 2022, we had about 12% of the visitors actually stayed in Airbnb VRBO. And then in 2023, you saw where it doubled. It was more than 20%. So I can imagine that now it's even more. Now, why is that important? Because now we are actually losing revenue every time because they're not staying in a hotel, so we don't have that hotel tax. We are losing revenue all the time from people staying in the villas and the standalone condos, whereas they can be paying. And to say that we cannot collect from Airbnb, okay, but we can collect from the people because they have the people who are renting the land, the condo owners, because they have an obligation to declare whatever income they get. And if we know where those houses are, and we do, we know, everybody here knows where the houses are, and we could know where the houses are. At least I think I know where they are. And if people are not declaring, and we know that that is an Airbnb location, then the same way how the tax office now can issue fines or assessments, the same way assessments can be issued. So that is one of the revenue generation points. I know that the Minister of Finance spoke about it, but I could not find it back in the budget. So my question to the Minister of Finance is, will you be looking into the collection of the revenue from the villa and the villa bed nights? To the Minister of Finance is my question to you, Madam Chair. If she will be looking into collecting anything from that this year. The other one is the other one that I looked at is a little bit more in depth, because there I looked at what is trending now in African countries. You have many African countries that are using their minerals and they're processing it and then selling the product so that they get more money instead of selling their raw material, which they have been doing all the time. They've been selling their raw material. The European countries and other countries were making money off of them, and they remain poor. Just two examples, Zimbabwe, they banned lithium, so they are not, they are not exporting it anymore. They are using it, they are processing it, they are getting more funds in. The same thing with Burkina Faso, for instance. They just had an article where they are minting their own gold. So they have now a mine, a state mine. But what is our product? What do we have here? The only product, our main product, is tourism. What comes with tourism? The census showed that 80% of the people employed in our tourism industry are foreign born. The central bank, when you look in the central bank's balance of payments online, you see where worker remittances in 2015, that's the money that was sent away by people working in St. Martin, was 24.9 million guilders a year. In 2023, this was already 75.8 million guilders a year. St. Martin is one of, I think it's 2 Caribbean countries where the remittances going out are more than the remittances coming in. But when we are sending out 75.8 million guilders in 1 year, and I can tell you based on the Q2 figures of 46.2, if this continues, we will be at 92.4 million guilders in remittances in 2024. Now, if we were to do a 5% remittance fee, and this too is in the Tourism Master Plan as a suggestion. So we have this document sitting there for 20 years on a shelf, and I only picked out 2 things, but there's just so much in there that we can use. And so if we were to take 5%, back in 2015, we would have 1.25 million coming into government's coffers. And in 2025 now, 2024, based on the estimate, it would be at least 4.6 million, and that's based on a 5%. And I know that all of the ministries would be able to do a lot with a yearly amount like this. And so that's why I just wanted to offer those suggestions for us to look at, and then to ask the Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Chair, if she would entertain looking at this example. And I do not want to, let's say, bring a motion or I'm not trying to push my way on anyone, but I just think that there are ways that we can find. And again, all of this came to me yesterday, listening and hearing how tight this budget is, because I sat in the seat there and I remember having to cut 4 million, and I know how tight it was, and I tried to find ways, and that's how at the time we cut the shelter, which was people didn't understand it, but the amount of money that was being paid for the shelter, and you look at what is being paid now, and the people are being housed, it's a big difference, and it's a saving for the country, and it's money that can be used elsewhere. Back in, again, this 20 years ago, because this is when I worked in tourism, there was a gentleman, a consultant that the tourist office brought in, was Mr. Tarlow. And when Mr. Tarlow had some points, right, he mentioned that people feel safer in places that are clean. Just think about yourself. When you go on vacation and you go somewhere, you go in the mall, and it's clean, you feel safe. If you go, I've traveled, I've been to cities where I had to walk on garbage in the streets to cross the road, and I didn't feel safe. It has been proven with studies, people feel safe in places that are clean. People spend more money in places that are clean, and people do not litter in places that are clean. If the place is clean, you will not throw your cup down. But if there are cups all over the place and garbage in containers, you easier drop, you will easier litter. The point I'm trying to make is our economy relies on tourism. So we have to do a better job of keeping the island clean. Everyone mentioned the garbage already. There were even pictures shown. I'm one of those fanatics who I drive around and I take the pictures and I send them to Romy all the time. Every time I see it, I send it because it's on the main road. And maybe because I was there when the first garbage contract was put together. I know why it was put together and how it was put together. And there are repercussions for garbage contractors who do not live up to the agreements. And so I think that instead of waiting and being nice now, Minister of Romy, through you, Madam Chair, Minister of Romy, it's enough. We had enough. You have a contract with these garbage collectors. There is equipment that they're supposed to have. There are schedules that they should maintain. There's even a marketing schedule that they have to live up to. They have not been living up to it. Then you need to do something about it now. We as a whole country cannot continue to suffer. Because people talk about Colby, but it's not Colby. It's Colby, it's Cahill, it's St. Peter's, it's Ebenezer. It's on the main roads. So you are driving there in your rental car trying to dodge the pothole, dodge the scooter coming at you, and then there's all of this garbage, and then 3 rats jumping off the top. People are not going to come. It's like totally unacceptable right now, and we are going to see our revenues go down. People do not spend in dirty areas. People do not spend where they do not feel safe. They will not go out. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Romy, I really urge you to take a stand, to use the garbage contracts and do what you have to do, because it's too much. I also heard something very interesting today regarding marijuana legislation, the cannabis legislation that the Minister of TIAT and various MPs has been talking about. Madam Chair, to the ministers in the cannabis work group, the Minister of VSA, TIAT, and Justice, the question for you is similar to the question previously asked in the CC by a colleague MP. Can you supply Parliament with the documentation available on cannabis so that everyone can have the information? This should be easy, since the former minister indicated that he had some of the documentation with him. The MP spoke about a letter that was received, which has now led to a court case. So can the 3 ministers, via you, Madam Chair, share this letter with the Parliament so that we can see the real date of receipt of this letter and which minister was present when this letter was served? And can one of the 3 ministers indicate if it is the truth or a myth that after a tender procedure, one grower was given exclusivity for a limited time, and they can also indicate, has that same grower since requested an extension? The reason why I mentioned the 3 ministers being part of a cannabis work group, a marijuana work group, cannabis work group, is because while preparing for this budget debate, I watched the 2023 Minister of VSI give an answer in which he indicated of the existence of the work group. I think it was established in September 2022. And during my brief tenure as Minister of VSI, between May 3rd and November 25th, 2024, I was invited many times to join this work group meeting on cannabis. However, it was my choice to focus as the missionary minister, because we all know I was the missionary minister for most of the time, to focus then on other pressing matters in our society, such as mental health, which coincidentally is statistically linked to marijuana and cannabis use. There is a strong correlation between admittance to the Mental Health Foundation and cannabis usage. My question to the Minister of VSR is, can the minister give an indication of the number of requests for admittance to Mental Health Foundation that were received by VSR in 2024, and what percentage of the reports in these requests stated cannabis usage of the patients? And Madam Chair, with that, I rest for now. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Janssen, for your contribution, questions, and comments regarding the draft budget 2025. I now give the floor to MP Viren Kotai, but MP, with your indulgence, looking at the time, I want to suggest that we stick to the timing that I gave this morning with respect to a break around this time. In fact, I said 6 p.m. at the time. So I am going to now adjourn the meeting for a half an hour, is what we had established. So I'll take it until 6:30. So you got a little more than a half an hour for this break, 37 minutes to be exact, as this meeting will resume at 6:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Council of Ministers here with us this evening, good evening and welcome back to this meeting, the public meeting of Parliament, public meeting number 9, handling the last agenda point on this meeting's agenda, and that is the draft budget 2025 as presented by the Council of Ministers, handled in Central Committee, reported to the public meeting, this meeting, and thus we started with presentations by all of the ministers regarding their ministries, and then went over to allowing members of Parliament to pose questions, make comments and remarks on the presentations by the ministers as well as the budget itself. We have had several speakers, members of Parliament, and we are now at the next speaker, and that is MP Viren Kotai. MP Kotai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to all my colleagues, those in the Tribune and those tuning in via social media. Firstly, through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank all the ministers for their presentations yesterday. Before I get into my questions, I'd just like to have some statements there. It seems to me like a particular MP that I do have much respect for has forgotten which party he comes from, as he decided to have some claims that is very well known to himself and the party he represents when it comes to handing out exclusivity without a tendering process. Then the Facebook MP himself speaks on finding out plans on the same platform, but again forgets his own party member who sat as a minister, spent 4 years letting Parliament find out about his grand tax plans via public finance events. I would ask do not confuse my ministers with the party that you are in bed with, regardless if it is led by a new leadership right now. Following that, I'm hearing the same sentiment that the budget is 90% the same as last year's. And it was just said that it has been heard from this side, but members of the minority just shared the same sentiment. Then proceeding with mentioning that we have no revenue generating ideas, then I can say as well, the previous Minister of Finance as well had no revenue generating ideas himself, as those pipe dream revenues that were expected to generate never saw the light of day, and this government was forced to take it out of the budget. Madam Chair Lady, one of my colleagues spent his speaking time implying that the projects and policies being executed now was the previous government. But he forgets to mention that those same projects and policies were also the previous government, the Leonor Marlin government. And I'm going to say it plain out, knowing the response I'm going to get, but the fact stands that it was his faction that helped kick out that government with the promise of canceling everything they were doing, only to continue doing them and snapping nice photo ops while doing it. Continuity is important. That's what we forget. If everyone changes everything whenever they come in, nothing actually gets done. What does and should change is how it is done. Any which ways, I will go ministry by ministry with my questions. For the Minister of Teat, who has just walked in. In your presentation, Minister, via you, Madam Chair, you said contracts were handed out. I would like to know what contracts are you referring to? What are the objectives of these contracts? How many contracts were issued? What are the duration of said contracts?
MP Kotai, I ask your indulgence to allow me 1 minute to give the floor to an MP who is seeking to make use of the interruptions. And I give the floor for that purpose to MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I realize that the good MP, Mr. Kotai, he doesn't do much reading of the past, and his historical knowledge of political history is not that clear. MP mentioned that the Leona Marlin government brought these projects that are in CAPEX, but there was no CAPEX for Sinmata for over 10 years. The CAPEX that you see here from 2023 was brought by our government. So again, I would ask the good MP to actually, if you can, highlight anywhere where you see the Leona Marlin CAPEX has been brought over to this current budget from 2023 or 2024 or 2025. And be careful of making statements because you'll just look a little foolish by not having the correct information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. MP Kotai, you may continue.
Madam Chair, I would like to refer through you to the Minister of Education in teaching, again, reading, listening comprehension, actually. I didn't mention CapEx, I just mentioned projects. Any which way, moving on to my questions to the Minister of TEAD, via you, Madam Chair. You mentioned, with regards to the tourism budget, that the main markets of focus are the United States of America, Canada, and throughout Europe. What is going on with the plans of the Latin American market? I would like some clarity on what is happening in this market where it pertains to marketing. Furthermore, with the economic report out on the mega yachts industry, why has there been no plans or upgrades to the Simpson Bay Bridge? How come this has been overlooked for so long? Through you, Madam Chair, Minister, I would like to also know, how did the port and airport perform in 2024? What specific data supports these evaluations? What are the current home porting statistics, and how can the government facilitate improvements in this area? What are the government's goals and priorities for enhancing the transportation and trade sectors? Why has there never been plans to increase the parking for private jets, as this is business the island needs? What about plans for additional taxi for flights to accommodate handling more commercial jets, especially seeing most commercial flights land approximately at the same time? And finally, what is the economic spin-off for Soul Beach? Moving further, through you, Madam Chair, for finance, our largest contributors to tax remains the captive taxes via payroll and business turnover tax, amounting to over 316 million guilders, which is almost 70% of our tax revenue. With our government needing to increase tax revenue at one end, while the small businesses and the salaried employees being stretched at the maximum being the largest contributors to our tax revenue, it is important to note that certain segments, in my opinion, of course, should pay taxes and have been getting an easy pass. For example, room tax on income from renting properties on platforms such as Airbnb is one sector. What are the plans for implementing this? I would also like to know if all hotels are compliant with their room tax. The 2024 budget indicated that 13 million guilders in accommodation tax would be collected, which is 5 million guilders more than the budgeted in the approved budget of 2023. This was attributed to the Ministry of Finance's campaign to educate the public about their obligation to declare income, such as income from shared service platforms, such as Airbnb. Here, we are depending on the obligations to declare from the property owners. I would just like to know how we are working on the front to ensure that the same websites can also collect taxes on behalf of the government and pass these collected taxes onto the government of St. Martin. And just to include, to piggyback on a question that was mentioned prior by the good MP, I would like to also openly say that I personally am not a fan of increasing TOT across the board. I'm also in favor of a sin tax, so I would also like to hear from the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, on that topic as well. Moving on to VROMI. When I look at the budget, it is to my belief that there are many ways to increase revenue besides introducing new taxes. Of course, VROMI is a ministry that comes into mind, a money-making ministry, if for once the money can be kept within the ministry. The Department of Domain Affairs. So much land is being used to build condos, villas, and high-rises, yet the canons do not reflect what government makes on the long lease and what developers are making in sales. They are millions apart. The waters around St. Martin. How many individuals have docks in the waters and are not being charged for water rights? The lagoon, Phillipsburg, and Simpson Bay are full of them. Yet, it is to my belief, there's not been any assessment of what's on use and what's on paper. I would like to be corrected if I'm wrong, of course, through you, Madam Chair. Can Domain Affairs hire a company to reassess what's in use versus what's being charged and paid for by government? This is in addition to revising the canons that are being charged for commercial properties. It is, to my opinion, the focus has to be on commercial and not single home residential. I believe this exercise can bring in millions. Then, of course, comes to the issue of the building permits, another source of revenue for government, but it does take forever to get a building permit. There are individuals waiting from 2021 onwards for the permits that weren't dealt with in the correct manner according to them. Now, I know a lot of the backlog was caused by governments at the time, but since we are here, why not review the commercial building permit fees, increase the fees, but give the desired fast service? I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, how many building permits are sitting at VROMI and haven't been issued? How many are commercial? How many are residential? How many in each category are more than 6 months old, 1 year old, and 2 years old? What is the system used by VROMI? Is it the first in, last out, or last in, first out? Because truly people are frustrated with the length of time it takes to process a permit, especially waiting from 2021. There has been a track record of zero transparency within the department in the past. And I would like to know, what is the loss of revenue on government over time by not issuing these permits? Moving on to justice through you, Madam Chair. Just to add on to the sentiment of the crime situation on St. Martin, and I mean...
MP Kotai, I ask your indulgence as I allow MP Duran to make use of the interruption lectern.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to one and all. Madam Chair Lady, I heard something quite disturbing, and I hope that the MP misspoke when he said to increase the building permit fee for commercial by fast-tracking it. So basically that's saying that anyone that wants to build a home for their family should just wait in line. I hope that the MP misspoke, and I would like to get clarity on that point if he chooses to answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP Kotai, you may continue.
Well, I do choose to answer through you, Madam Chair. What I was really insinuating to, single home residential permits should of course be a priority, but not increasing the fees on that, increasing the fees on the commercial permits. Any which way, that was my answer to that question. I hope it was clear enough, unless we have another interruption here. No? All right. So back to the justice. To add on to the crime situation on St. Martin, and I mean violent crime, which is on the rise, so few statistics are revealed to Parliament and the general public.
Thank you for doing my job, MP Kotai, and allowing the interruption. I was actually going to let you speak a little further before I gave the floor, but
okay.
Yes, since you paused, thank you, MP Kotai, and I allow MP York to make use of the interruption possibility. MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. I would just like...
I think, press it on.
Oh, it's audible. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, after the clarification, I thank MP Kotai for the clarification, but I think I need an extra further clarification on the fact that, am I understanding it correct, that you're asking for a tool to benefit the business community as it being commercial and nothing as it pertains to the residential part of it? So I would like, so you said no, the MP said not about increasing fees for residential, but looking for ways to fast track commercial. So what about the residential? Is that discrimination?
Madam Chair, just to answer through you, my topic of conversation.
Thank you, MP York, and MP Kotai, you may continue.
Sorry, Madam Chair, but my idea is more revenue generating, which is why I brought forward the idea of increasing the fees for the commercial permits. But if the good MP has better revenue generating ideas that can help this government, please do say. Moving further, through you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. To add on to the crime situation on St. Martin, and I mean violent crime, which is on the rise, so few statistics are revealed to Parliament and the general public. We have seen a major shift of the OM into what is known as the white crime, especially when it comes to civil service, as we've seen just in the past 2 weeks. These crimes are highlighted in the media and have huge budgets attached to them funded heavily by the Netherlands. But what is being done to fight the bread and butter type crimes? Crimes that are targeting businesses and individuals. Crime is happening on our streets in broad daylight. It's happening in our inner waters. It's happening in our neighborhoods. But I'm not seeing the level of funding for those. Are they not considered serious? We are being bombarded by negative publicity on social media abroad constantly, and we have nothing to say about it. So to the Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, I'd just like to ask the following. And I know you've only been there 1 month, but how many arrests have been made over the last year for weapon possession? How many of those have been allowed to leave detention due to non-prosecution? By this, I am hearing stories of many individuals being arrested by our police, only to be let go by the OM due to not furthering the case. Why is that? Why are these statistics not made public? I do believe the people have a right to know. If it's a lack of space, then I believe some policies do have to change, as it's been repeated over the last few months. And it is in my purview that we do need to protect our people. A shooting was caught on camera in the Kupukoi area. Months later, no update. People are being robbed on the boardwalk, Front Street, Simpson Bay, Kupukoi, Maho, down to the yachters on the lagoon, whom I reached out to personally. They have posted a video based on the experience of their vessel getting broken into while on the waters of Simpson Bay. Yet, many, if those culprits are caught, they are usually let go. Who determines that? Does the minister ever get to know what the priorities are of the OM? And does the OM understand that St. Martin is a tourist island and crimes to our tourism product is hurting the entire country? I do echo the same sentiments through you, Madam Chair, that our government on the north and south sides of the island need to get together to address this crime situation. We need to address the scooter situation, as I mentioned, the crime situation, and come with a joint way of working. Lastly, for the Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, for a revenue-generating idea, can we look into creating a true red carpet system for the private jets? Many other islands are taking our business because we have lacked the creativity and the will in the past to take care of people with high financial abilities. These clients look for ease and access and good service. Same also goes for the mega yachts. It is to my purview that a committee should be formed to look into how we can better accommodate the industry as a whole. And lastly, Madam Chair, lastly on the topic of making a change to the very lives of the people in St. Martin. After doing my research, I saw that back in the day of the Netherlands Antilles, a company established called Saba Bank Resources NV was created. St. Martin has a major stake in this company. This company was established to be part of exploiting oil reserves on the Saba Bank. If at any time oil was to be reaped from the Saba Bank, then St. Martin would have direct benefits from such. As understood by the Prime Minister, we own 28.3% of shares in the Saba Bank, and there has been gas detected in the Saba Bank and remains speculation of oil being in the vicinity. Considering the maritime law concerning the exclusive economic zone being 200 miles from our continental shore, in case there happens to be another country within 400 miles of us, then the median line would define our exclusive economic zone. Are we confidently devoid of any maritime disputes? And is our exclusive economic zone defined clearly? Have we considered engaging in a study on the potential finding of any fossil fuels in our exclusive economic zone? And have we also taken into account of any studies on the impact of the same on our fragile ecosystem? The reason I ask this is that in the future, if we do have any fossil fuel findings or potential to find, we do not want to wake up in existing maritime dispute at that moment. In my opinion, this would be life-changing to the people of St. Martin. Of course, if we do not behave like the administrations in the past, before the Marcelina 1 and 2 cabinet, with those who are working in the sole benefit of themselves. We would not have to be looking for money from anyone. We would not have to be answerable to the CFT. Easily, we would become a country with wealth. I would stand firm on the fact that we should not brush this aside, but put motion into the future of this country. That's it for me, and thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai, for your contribution, comments, and remarks on the budget, the draft budget 2025. Members of Parliament, we have reached the end of the first round Unless, oh, okay. We do have another speaker, another member of parliament, and that is MP Rayon Peterson, to whom I will give the floor at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me set myself up. All right, good evening to the Council of Ministers, to yourself, Madam Chair, to my honorable colleagues, and everybody else still tuned in on this long public debate. Madam Chair, I listened to many of my colleagues today, and I must say, after MP Kutai, I might be the one that will experience the most interruptions for all the truth I'm about to speak. But I actually do hope that they use their interruptions for you, Madam Chair, because as to my opinion, one was already wasted when MP Kutai was speaking, because not one valid point was made, and we only get 3. Chair Lady, I personally thought that the games were out of the window with this new composition of Parliament that we have, but it seems as if the residuals of the Magnificent 8, courtesy of former MP Mingret, that chose to drop this government within 17 days and send us to elections, it seems as if the residue of that damage is still lingering on this floor of Parliament. Some newcomers as well on the floor of Parliament, Madam Chair, some of whom it would behoove to pay attention to the rules of order and to the law, rather than to simply speak for speaking's sake. Nonetheless, thankfully, this government is also a bit stronger than before, thanks to the Honorable MP Mayers. So we are here to take on the task. To the Honorable Com, I must also say, and I echo MP Weaver, it is a breath of fresh air to see at least some alignment when it comes to the presentations that you've given today. I've gotten used to previous governments who came with 7 ministries and 7 different styles of PowerPoints with 7 different letter colors. 7 silos, as they say, which made it unnecessarily more difficult to peruse the budget. This time it's a bit different, so we're not there yet, but we're moving forward. I'll go first to my questions for the Prime Minister, to you, Madam Chair. Prime Minister, I started fostering good governance, efficient public services, partnership for goals, and national security/disaster management are mentioned as priorities. A little vague to my opinion, but nonetheless, these are all good initiatives to have, but they also require a lot of manpower. So in light of that, Madam Chair, I wanted to ask, especially when it comes to the Departments of Legal Affairs and P&O, my question is, what would be the short-term plan to remedy the understaffing and lack of manpower in these departments? Because when it comes to P&O, I know that that department is also underperforming, but to my opinion, it is not only because of understaffing, but also because of mismanagement. And the delay stemming from the governor's office when non-special are sent over there doesn't help either. I move on to the Minister of Finance, Madam Chair, to you. I don't have any specific questions for the Minister of Finance, just a couple actually. I sat on this floor of Parliament and I heard a Minister of Finance in the past promise tax legislation for years. Yet up to now, nothing has been presented to Parliament. Seeing that I also heard words like gaslighting being used on this floor today, I guess my question to you, Madam Chair, would be, are we finally, after the many promises made by former Ministers of Finance, going to actually get the tax legislation to peruse and discuss in Parliament? And if so, can a timeline be provided? On that same gaslighting note, Madam Chair, I also want to ask the Minister of Finance on the update on the LB-HUM that is needed to regulate all government tendering as per the Compabilities Verordening, Article 47. Because I heard...
MP Peterson, I ask your indulgence as I allow MP Irian to make use of the interruption lectern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy that MP Rayon Peterson mentioned about tax legislation by the former Minister of Finance, because this is also a request of mine. We're on the same page, actually. Last year, we already brought tax legislation, I actually believe in 2024, actually, yes, in 2023 also. We brought tax legislation to the House of Parliament. I've also, when I became an MP and left my position, I've also sent requests to the Parliament asking, hey, when can we start the process of executing the meetings, the CCs of this tax legislation? So I'm happy the MP brought it up. I would ask that the MP now speak to the coalition and show the importance of the tax legislation, not only the tax legislation, by the way, we also have inside of here the bank legislation, among others. As a member of parliament, I've already sent 3 requests, but the MP wasn't here as yet maybe, asking to continue these meetings, the CCs, urgently, so that we could help the people of St. Martin when it comes to their first time, their banking situation.
MP Irian, I just need to remind you of the brevity of an interruption.
Okay,
It's not a round in between the first and second round.
It's an update to the MP that.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Irian. MP Peterson, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to sum up the interruption, still nothing has been done, and we have to now pass it. Coming back to the Compabiliteitsverordening, Madam Chair, Article 47. I heard some MPs today speak about supposed tendering policy and that it eventually can be made into a law. But this is all simply legally incorrect. If we read the law does not allow this. We as MPs, Madam Chair, need to be cautious when we use words like laws and policies. Because when it comes to tendering, Madam Chair, Article 47 of the Compabiliteitsverordening is very clear. We need an LBHAM, meaning a landsverordening behoudende algemene maatregelen. Quite specifically, not a policy, as was mentioned on this floor, because there is no such thing as tendering policy in our laws. The law stipulates that the LBHAM needs to be made for all tendering across the board. That is the only possibility in our law. So mentioning policies, etc., need to be made have nothing to do with tendering. And that's actually dangerous if you look at how the law regulates tendering. So I urge my colleagues to take your role seriously and be cautious of the legal terms that you try to use. You don't need to be a lawyer, but you are expected to understand the hierarchy of the law as per Article 81 of the Constitution, especially when using legal terms like policy and national decrees and national ordinances, or in this particular matter, a national decree containing general measures, an LBHAM. This is critical, Madam Chair, because these terms regulate our abilities as MPs to begin with. So just a word of advice to my new colleagues. On the same topic, Madam Chair, last term I actually asked the same Minister of Finance for this LBHAM, and the answer that I got from him was, he doesn't think that we need any more financial regulation, and I quote, an opinion that I, toen de tijd, wholeheartedly disagreed with. Yet I'm seeing many questions from the same faction mentioning the tendering, questions that have already would have been answered had this same LBHAM been worked on since then. So an update on the LBHAM would be appreciated through you, Madam Chair. I then move on to the Ministry of Theat. For the Ministry of Theat, a really important issue that I would like to address, Madam Chair, is that of the casinos. It might be one of those things, one of those few things that I agree with my colleague MP York on, but I personally think that it's also getting ridiculous what's happening here in St. Martin. And I think that it's about time that we start treating gambling for what it is, a disease, an addiction that needs to be tackled. I saw in a presentation by the Minister of Theat that this year studies will start to look at the statistics. I say that the Gambling Addiction Prevention Research is going to commence this year, so I commend the Minister for that. But the numbers that you have mentioned before, they're not giving a proper view of how bad things really are. To give you an example, Madam Chair, if I walk 2 minutes from my apartment there in Colby, I'll reach a casino. While standing in front of that same casino, if I look a little bit further down the road, I'll see another casino. And before I even reach to the end of Simpson Bay stretch, there are 2 more casinos that need to pass my eye. And this is ridiculous, just to put it lightly. The whole state of Florida, Madam Chair, has less than 15 standalone casinos. And we here in St. Martin are currently trying to bring 2 new ones, or maybe even more. I've now understood that right next to Market Garden Supermarket, that a new casino is supposed to come there. While there is literally a casino right in the back by Pelican, a mere 90-second drive from where the new location is going to be. Food for thought. Then we understand that another one is coming up, the so-called Vegas Casino in Colby nonetheless. And we all know that K-Bay and Colby are areas, where we have many low-income persons, so this is basically preying on the people. It is not a tourist area. So, through you, Madam Chair, I guess my question would be, is this a message that we want to send to the people, especially the youth in St. Martin? Because it shouldn't become the norm of what we stand for. Casinos are meant to be a tourist attraction, not in low-income areas. Casinos are not meant to be put in front of K-Bay. Casinos are not meant to be put at the head and the end of town. Casinos are not meant to be put within the middle of Colby. They're not meant to prey on the local man, Madam Chair, but that is exactly what's happening, and I do not understand how we have allowed this to continue for so long. To you, Madam Chair, are we looking into doing a saturation study? And after that, are we going to look into a complete ban of these casinos? Because that's what I think should happen. Not only a stop but we should start shutting some down. The ban is also necessary, Madam Chair, because we have a loophole in the law. At the moment, and many ministers have helped big developers use this loophole against the country of St. Martin, it seems as if it is practically known by the big developers that if you bring forward a building permit that has a project that reaches 200 units or more, you can automatically apply for a casino license. Well, I think that regardless of how many rooms a new hotel brings, you should not get permission for a casino, period. We simply have too many casinos on the island with a population of less than 100,000 people. For comparison, the French side has 0 casinos, period, against the law. And also to play devil's advocate, Madam Chair, because I know it's going to come, the counter-argument would be that yes, casinos create jobs. That is true. But even there is also clear abuse going on. I personally know of people who have been working at a casino for more than 15 years. But guess what? She is not a permanent employee. Why? Because every 3 years, she gets let off for 3 months, only to be rehired after, simply to avoid making her permanent. And that's against the law. And just like her, there are many similar cases. So I guess my question to you, Madam Chair, would be, or maybe a question to the Minister of Labor as well, are the checks being done when it comes to these casinos, when it comes to the labor contracts? And more importantly, are all these casinos up to date with their taxes? Which then brings me to the community issues that come with it phenomenon. What guidelines are we following when people are permitted to go into casinos? How many times a week are locals allowed to go to the casino? And if a local decides to go to a casino today and they stop him from entering, can that local just go to another casino, which might be in a close proximity? Because we have so many, it doesn't really matter if you're banned from a spot or not, Madam Chair. The casino epidemic, that's what I like to call it, and it needs to be tackled. And don't even get me started, Madam Chair, on the amount of lottery booths that we have, because that's been elaborated a lot upon today, and I think that those should be shut down, because 11 times more than Curacao is alarming, to say the least. On top of that, Madam Chair, another question that I would ask is, are they submitting their irregular transactions to the FIU, to the MOT, as exempt? Because according to the law, they are obligated to do so. Then I switch to the Ministry of Justice, with your indulgence, Madam Chair. And I first of all would like to thank her. I regularly speak to the minister when it comes to concerns brought to me by the public, and I must commend the minister in not only answering me when I annoy her by texting her on a Sunday afternoon about a situation for a concerned citizen, but also following up in that same weekend to actually get it done, because she understood the urgency of timeliness when it comes to her very special ministry. In this particular case, it was an immigration issue concerning a mother and an underage daughter. So once again, I must commend you for that, to you, Madam Chair. Sadly, it is not all positive when it comes to the justice aspect of our island. We all have seen what has been transpiring within the last couple of months in society, but also within the ministry itself. Off the bat, I want to ask the Minister of Justice, to you, Madam Chair, what her short-term plans are for the rise of crime that we are seeing. I know a couple of other MPs touched on that, so I'll just suffice with the answer given to one of them. Because it's a lot of things going on, Madam Chair, robberies, shootings, and it's not only affecting Phillipsburg, they're island-wide. Even tourists who are coming to the island now are falling victim to this, and this, of course, hurts us internationally. The shootings are starting to affect the island more and more, and the international image of St. Martin is becoming concerning. But I, Madam Chair, am more concerned for the safety of the citizens of St. Martin. I am more concerned for the safety of our children, because I am sure that I am not the only one who avoided French Quarter within the last weekend. But these issues don't stay across the border, Madam Chair. They affect us as well, because we're one island, one people. Now, I know budget constraints make it really difficult for the Minister of Justice to just say, yes, let's put a policeman on every corner. But if you already know under which conditions the officers already work, then you wouldn't even dare to ask more of them. So understaffing, overtime, landsbesluiten, all issues that I know the minister is currently trying to fix while also trying to run daily operations. So I guess to you, Madam Chair, maybe just a general update as to what your plans are to actively tackle some of these issues. That would be highly appreciated. Also to you, Madam Chair, I too want to address the rise in scooter accidents that we have seen on the island. I've taken note of the many scooter and bike accidents that we witness here, both on the French side and the Dutch side. Young persons dying on scooters, sometimes to their own fault, but sometimes also at the fault of car drivers. An issue that has many angles that need to be tackled. I have some general questions for the general public knowledge as well in regards to this, after taking note of the Wegenverkeersverordening. I want to know to you, Madam Chair, from what age are we officially allowed to drive scooters here in St. Martin, officially by law? And in light of that same question, do scooter riders under the age of 18 need a license to drive these at the moment, by law? Because when I look at Article 109 of the verordening, it only speaks of adults 18 and up. but maybe there's a policy in which the young persons are regulated, and hence the question, Madam Chair. Because when accidents occur with persons below the age of 17, are the parents held responsible for the actions of that young person, depending on if they're at fault or not? Also to you, Madam Chair, what is the maximum speed for a scooter that a scooter is allowed to reach, and how is that being regulated? Do scooters also have to go through a yearly inspection? And if that is the case, I would ask the Minister to you, Madam Chair, in hoeverre kunnen wij dat aan? Because we have way too many. Can we even regulate this? And if a scooter is deemed to be going too fast, does it get impounded? And then does it end up by the police station, which is also getting saturated with too many scooters? So again, you know, the Minister, it's a very, I would say, broad issue that I think that we need to just tackle step by step. I myself see many scooters swerving in the middle of the driving lane whilst horning the horn. But I know for a fact that that is not allowed by traffic law. Scooters and bikes are supposed to drive on the right side of the road, behind the cars, and only get to go in the middle when they want to pass somebody. After that, they should go back to the right side. Yet I've seen scooters fly in the middle just by continuing to honk, and that means that we have to get out of the way as car drivers. So we need to try to inform our youth early of these aspects of traffic law in order to try to prevent some of these accidents to begin with. Then I would like to address to you, Madam Chair, some decisions taken within the last year in the Ministry of Justice. There are former ministers of justice and ECYS in Parliament right now, Madam Chair, as well as other former recent ministers on both sides. 9 former ministers in total on this side, to be exact, like my colleague MP Janssen Webster, former minister as well, also made mention of. We hear that we want to be aware of all that's going on, yet when we were a sitting COM member, we did not show up to COM meetings because, and I'm paraphrasing a press briefing statement here, sitting down in long meetings does not work for the people. Not my words, from a former minister. But ironically, that is exactly how ministers work for the people, because COM is actually where big decisions are taken, Madam Chair. I also heard on this floor of Parliament that decisions were not taken haphazardly, yet the former acting head of the Landsrecherche was removed without any reasoning or notice or any grievances against her to begin with. Changes in management ran rampant under the last Minister of Justice, to you, Madam Chair. So my question is to the current Minister of Justice, of all these changes in management that transpired as of May 2024 up to now, which one of those were done in accordance with good governance, and which ones would you deem questionable or even borderline an abuse of power, to put it lightly? And finally, Madam Chair, to you, for the Minister of Justice, I want to touch on a more touchy subject. As was mentioned by MP Weaver, last week a dear family friend of mine, Eduard Klaassen, Captain Wachi, he was tragically killed in a traffic accident. He was not in the wrong, as he was simply driving his bicycle on the main road there in Simpson Bay. Sadly, a taxi driver backed up onto him for whatever reason, and he got stuck under the van. He passed away. My question is, when stuff like this happens, Madam Chair, does the investigation go to the lengths that it should? Are the drivers checked for alcohol levels on the spot? Are they detained and being prosecuted? Is the reason behind the accident investigated, whether it's being too much tint or simply no visibility or reversing or whatever? I ask this, Madam Chair, because I myself had a bad traffic accident back in 2018 where I was definitely not in the wrong. Another driver came onto a one-way road on the wrong side and hit me frontal. When this happened, the police did not take the alcohol levels of said gentleman, and up to today, he has not been prosecuted for his actions. Yet me and my father ended up in jail, which in the end resulted in a case of abuse of power by the police, after which we were exonerated, and after which the police also apologized to me and my dad after the fact, but the damage has been done. And so many other families, Madam Chair, are mourning the loss of a loved one caused by reckless drivers here in St. Martin. And I guess my general question is, through you, Madam Chair, are all these drivers being held accountable for their actions when it is determined that they were in the wrong? Then I move over to the Ministry of ECYS. Madam Chair, through you, I want to ask the Minister of ECYS, Minister, I want to know what your plans are for improving literacy and critical thinking, because some notifications made yesterday showed me that what the Minister has been saying all along is pretty much correct, that the reading comprehension is at an all-time low. Because yesterday I was a victim of blatant lies here on the floor of Parliament, where I was accused of being out partying for my birthday last Sunday, while I was actually home sleeping next to my beautiful daughter since 8 p.m. Disclaimer, by the way, for those who are keeping track on social media, my birthday is actually on January 28th, in 2 weeks from now, and I'll be sure to send you an invite, MP Otley, and I'll bring some cake as well. On that note, MP Kutai, I indeed also heard what you said. You did not say CAPEX. You did not. Reading comprehension. You see, Madam Chair, we tend to say that we like to keep things professional, but our actions often say otherwise. Coming back to the questions for the Minister of ECYS, Madam Chair. In 2023, the Charlotte Brookson Academy Board launched an investigation into financial irregularities performed by one of their former members. Through you, Madam Chair, has that investigation concluded, and has the Minister received a report? CBA is a subsidized school, so it is important to know what the next steps are in order to recover what was actually public money that was lost. Then also to you, Madam Chair, I believe it was in July 2016 that there was an announcement made about a groundbreaking by the then Minister of ECYS, Sylvia Jacobs, about the reconstruction of the Prince William Alexander School campus in Retreat Estate. To date, though, the school is still using the Alpha Fleming Center in Belvedere. Could the Minister, to you, Madam Chair, share an update on this situation, as we do not see any real progress on this project following that groundbreaking? Speaking on the schools, Madam Chair, it brings me back to the issue of casinos and how they affect our youth. The amount of robberies that we have seen is because the youth have nothing to entertain them. The amount of robberies that we've seen is not only for the jewelry shops, but also the Chinese shops and also the tourists. Everybody's getting robbed, and it's alarming to say the least. If you look at the statistic by the Court of Guardianship and the amount of perpetrators that they get, and if you look at the age bracket, it's young persons engaging in criminal acts, Madam Chair, consistently. It's troublesome, but we cannot be totally surprised, because from our side, we have provided nothing to entertain the youth. Instead of putting, for example, a bowling alley down Simpson Bay, next to Market Garden and Burger King, we're going to put another casino. You know, so it's, we asked for it ourselves. Next to the cinemas, where kids are supposed to go and watch movies, Madam Chair, and play arcade games, right next to it, a casino. It keeps coming back. We keep imposing this gambling addiction onto the people of Samart and expect a change in behavior. But when is it going to stop, Madam Chair? That is my question. Then on another topic that I would want the Minister's sentiment on, to you, Madam Chair, because MP Otley touched on the cannabis aspect. And while I am a proponent to legalize cannabis in the right way, this should be done in a responsible manner where the taxation of it is secured for the country and the health aspect to the community is not only looked at, but also improves. In light of the proposed cannabis legislation, I want to know, what are your concerns and thoughts on the cannabis project, especially given your portfolio, Minister, because the kids fall under you? Are there any concerns that you have about the impact, let's say, in the schools? Just your insight on this, because while we are all speaking about it, we are nowhere near the final stages of it yet, so I think now is the time to have these open discussions. And as I also understood, there is a work group currently that consists of the Ministers of Teyat, Justice, and VSA, and I think that given the impact that this will have on ECYS, you should also be part of that work group, through you, Madam Chair. Then I move over to the Ministry of VSA. In regards to the Ministry of VSA, I just have a couple of questions to you, Madam Chair. Minister, you mentioned two companies, the SZV and the SLS. According to me, the SLS is the only accredited water lab on the island, and for certain tests, the only accredited one in the region. Is all water testing for the ministry being done by SLS at the moment? And if not, who is doing additional water testing, and why are they being used instead of the SLS? I also want to inquire, Madam Chair, on the testing of bottled water. I know that we test local water on the island, but we import a lot of bottled water here on the island. Is that water being checked and tested, and if so, by whom? Also, in regards to SLS, and maybe this is also for the Minister of Romy, I know that the SLS received a plot of government land approximately 10 years ago, yet still they haven't built. Now, when you receive government land, the whole idea behind it is that you have to add value to the property, so you have to build. So I guess my question would be, why has SLS not built their facility yet? What's the holdup? And then I also have a general question to the Minister of ASR, to you, Madam Chair, about food testing. How is this being done at the moment? Because last week, a friend of mine went around the Cul-de-sac area, and after taking a bite from a hot dog he just ate, he spat it out. And to our surprise, there were worms on this sausage of this hot dog. And I believe MP Kutai was there to witness this as well. And this is a fact. The health issues on this island, they run rampant, Madam Chair, and I think that the Ministry of ASI is going to have to take the helm on this. And also, Madam Chair, it would be amiss for me to not ask the Minister of ASI, through you, Madam Chair, what the current...
MP Peterson, I ask your indulgence as I allow MP Lewis to make use of the interruption lectern. MP Lewis.
Madam Chair, is it on?
No, it's not. Green.
Gotta press.
Madam Chair, through you, I just understood that certain comments was made about my person when I stepped out of the hall, and I want to make it clear. How can someone that just because of someone becoming a minister, someone who became a minister that allowed them to sit here in this honorable house, could talk about something when they were neither a minister? So how were they part of the COM to understand whether I was in COM meetings or not? I said what I said. Indeed, I said what I said. But how can someone who was not part of no coalition, first and foremost, was not appointed in any position as a minister or a member of parliament? We are not here to play games. This is about the budget of this country. And when I make a decision as a minister, I stand by it. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lewis. MP Peterson, you may continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And indeed, I was not a minister, but I was the chief of staff of a sitting minister that told me what the attendance was in COM, and I stand by my words, Madam Chair. The attendance of the then minister was very low. And I look at the PM to confirm that for me as well. And I continue, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it would be amiss of me to not ask the Minister of ASR, through you, what the current statistics on gambling addiction are on the island. Turning Point, the MHF, we have several institutions tasked with tackling some of these issues, but is the communication between these entities and the ministry up to par? Then I move on to the Minister of Romy, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, Minister, I see that you have received questions concerning your backlogs. And these questions were peculiar to me because all of that information will show is the lack of compliance that was ongoing throughout the previous administration. So you see a backlog becomes a backlog after it's been there for a while. Like in Domain, for example, you need to not pay your kind for a whole year in order for it to become a backlog. We ain't been there a year. Coming back to some stuff that I read in the media, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I took note of a press release last month in which you announced that the ministry had secured $1.9 million for stormwater infrastructure and pumps, while $500,000 was to be used for the acquisition of new stormwater pumps, while the remaining $1.4 million was to be used for capacity building. Good initiative, and I commend the government for this. But this was pretty last minute, though, so I looked at the budget, and I don't see it reflected in what we received. So I don't know if the minister could provide some clarity on that, or if maybe an amendment is needed, and if so, I would take it upon myself to make said amendment because I do not want the money to not be able to be used in 2025. Madam Chair, through you, I saw in the minister's presentation that approximately 8 million guilders goes towards garbage collection by the Department of Infrastructure Management. This is by far the highest post of expenditures when it comes to that department, and I think the whole of Romy. Yet the complaints about garbage collection run rampant. I want to remind people of St. Martin that garbage collection is not done by the Ministry of Romy, but it is in fact completely outsourced. Now, what's ironic to me, to you, Madam Chair, is that the tendering of the garbage collection that we are all now suffering under was actually done by the NA faction back then, under very questionable circumstances. And these are not my words, Madam Chair. I am simply echoing the report of our High Council of State. Because I don't know if you recall, Madam Chair, but the Ombudsman had a lot to say about this tendering process 2021 to 2026 and how it went. So what we are now witnessing is the result of the immense mismanagement of the tendering of the garbage collection for 2021 to 2026, as per the statements by the Ombudsman herself in her systemic report. I want to ask the Minister through you, what are the plans for these haulers who are in obvious default of their contracts? I saw some pictures being shown, and it is alarming indeed. But what's more alarming is the lack of accountability when it comes to that. Currently, several areas are being heavily affected by this, and I think at this point we need to start taking action as government. I have received many complaints over the weekend concerning the garbage collection in the cul-de-sac area, in the Cole Bay area, in the Cahill area. We see many dumps popping up all over. Mr. Gormico Wilson also contacted me over the weekend, asking me if I had any updates on this. I personally don't know which garbage haulers are the ones in the cul-de-sac and Cole Bay area, Madam Chair, through you, but it's ridiculous, and it needs to be addressed and pulled up. And some of the contracts need to be pulled back, to my opinion, Madam Chair, because in some areas it has become abundantly clear that certain garbage haulers have proven that they cannot handle the workload, period. And this has become a major health concern, so there is no wiggle room for improvement anymore. It's been years. Neither should we keg door the vingers. No, accountability needs to come, and needs to come now. The kids are walking in these areas, public spaces, where it's not only visible for the locals, but, like was mentioned on this floor, by tourists. Our tourism product is being damaged at the moment. These haulers need to be held accountable for taking up a task that they could not execute, which resulted in damage in the livelihoods of the people of St. Martin. And in those cases, government should stop wasting money to these haulers and invest it towards an actual fix. And Minister, coming back to the Ombudsman, because that kind of refreshed my memory, I want to ask the Minister of Rome on a very important topic that was actually swept under the rug, and that is the systemic report that the Ombudsman gave us last term on the solid waste collection 2021 to 2026. A very damning report, to my opinion, Madam Chair, to put it lightly, alluding to possible corruption within the ministry and the then decision makers. Garbage haulers who did not have any garbage trucks in their inventory getting disqualified and requalified, questionable actions regarding tendering as well, coming from inside and outside the ministry, just to name a few. So I guess my question to you, Madam Chair, would be, is there going to be a follow-up on this systemic report by the Ombudsman that she provided to us? Because is it going to be sent to the relevant authorities for further handling, or are we going to sit back and let the hard work of the High Council of State, put there by this esteemed body, go to waste? No pun intended. Minister, also, to you, Madam President, in your presentation, you mentioned the road resurfacing project, and this has been a topic of discussion for a while. And I had some questions that might shed some light on the ongoing discussion. I think that the Chair Lady also touched on this. Minister, to you, how much money is allocated to the hard surfacing project in the CAPEX budget? I saw a figure of approximately 4.65 million guilders, and I just wanted to confirm that. Also, how much money is allocated to the road resurfacing project? To you, Madam Chair, has all this money been used to hard service the 40 roads on the current project? Then another question on that same topic. In Section 5, 2 roads were removed from that section due to budgetary constraints. Were the other 3 roads funded by the hard surfacing CAPEX budget? And then a couple of my last questions, Madam Chair, to you. Why was drainage not included in the scope of this project, especially in the Coal Bay area, because we see the result of it now? And in response to the questions posed by MP Westcott Williams, the Minister stated that according to the 2022 policy document, Beleidsnotitie Afwatering 2022 versus 2.3 ANL, the hard surfacing should be avoided. So then why was this project approved in the first place in light of this policy? To you, Madam Chair, just a question. Then, Madam Chair, I wanted to touch on the hillside policy. A misconception of how the law works was mentioned on the floor of Parliament, so I have to correct it. The hillside policy is a policy that is made to deviate from at the discretion of the minister, while the building code is applicable in all areas, including the areas that fall under the hillside policy. But it should be mentioned also that the minister cannot simply deviate to his discretion. No, it needs to be well motivated when he does this, and such a deviation and the connecting motivation to do so can also be challenged in court within the bezwaar period by, for example, the neighbors or other involved parties. But saying that there are no regulations for the hills, especially slopes, is simply legally incorrect. Not only the building code, but we should also look at our own civil code, in particular Book 5 of our civil code. Because guess what? Water running from down the hills onto your neighbors, all of that is regulated in our civil code, in particular Articles 38 and 39. And it also says in Article 41 that we as Parliament can deviate from said rules, which we have not done, therefore the civil code still applies. So not every issue, Madam Chair, that has to do with infrastructure and building is an issue for government to solve. We as MPs need to be cognizant of the fact that not only bestuursrecht, but also civiel recht regulates a lot of these things, especially when it comes to eigendomsrecht. That's why there's a trias politica, where the judge is also a third pillar. And coming back to the building ordinance, I believe that the new building ordinance that the minister is working on should include everything, including the hillside policy. So I'll be awaiting on that. And coming back to the issues of permits not being issued on time, or the fast-track MP Kutai spoke about, I find it ironic, Madam Chair, because the discrepancies that we found while being in Vromi, me as Chief of Staff, it's alarming because we talk about big projects not getting the priority, yet I've seen big projects be passed within 3 months, yet people waiting to rebuild a home are still waiting more than a year. So we're kind of playing with the sentiment of the people, to my opinion there, Madam Chair. Then I had a question to the Minister of Romy regarding his findings since he took office, Madam Chair. Minister, can you check for me, who was the official replacement of the Minister of Romy in the year 2020, according to the vervangingsregeling? Because my next questions would be, and this might be a question not only for you, but also for the Minister of Justice and actually the Prime Minister as well, can a minister simply deviate from the current vervangingsregeling simply because another minister that is not their vervanger, according to the regeling, has declared themselves willing to sign in a case of a conflict of interest? I'll repeat the question. Can a minister simply deviate from the current vervangingsregeling simply because another minister who is not their vervanger as per the regeling has declared him or herself willing to sign in a case of a conflict of interest? I'll come back on why I asked that question in the second round. Then, Madam Chair, I also want to touch on some questionable cases. I remember from my time as Chief of Staff, we were sued by the Beacon Hill Group, through you, Madam Chair. And I would just like to know, through you, Madam Chair, if that case has been rounded off or if we are still in court with them, and if so, why? If the Minister can give kind of an indication as to what went on there. Reaching the end of my round one comments, Madam Chair, I would like to remind my colleagues that we are the highest legislative body on the island. We are legislators, not motioners. Seeing the amount of motions that were presented in the last public budget meeting, before I personally swore in, I made it a point to make sure that my colleagues understood our role as the legislative body on this island. Because currently, we are under the impression that motions are part of our job. Let me inform ourselves through you, Madam Chair, that the Constitution does not speak of motions as one of the tools to legislate. That's why motions are usually meant to hold ministers accountable for their actions, to be seen as a statement of trust or distrust to some extent towards the minister, and not as a wish list that we use on social media after the fact to make it seem as if we are actually the ones doing the work that we just wish the government to do. I am here to help up the standard in Parliament, Madam Chair, not drag it down even more like we saw yesterday in notifications. And that being said, colleagues, to you, Madam Chair, let's also refrain from mocking the accents of certain ethnic groups on this island simply because they do not speak English the way we do. It's disrespectful and distasteful. And fun fact, many of them also hold a Dutch passport, so we actually represent them too, regardless if the machine is not working. Food for thought, once again to you, Madam Chair. So in conclusion, people of St. Maarten, pay attention. Pay attention to those who pretend to work and hide behind press releases and motions only to gain public traction rather than actually putting in the legislative work that is expected of us as legislators as per our duty by the Constitution, and not policies or other wish lists that fall under the purview of government, as per the Trias Politica. Pay close attention to those who repeatedly ask the ministers the same questions that pertain to 10 to 15 years ago, whilst having absolutely no plan of using any of that information to actually bring something tangible and bring forward a solution. Like I mentioned, Madam Chair, last time during a public meeting, certain motions were passed. Motions that, in my opinion, were dead on arrival and would have never been executed to begin with. Yet we give the public the impression and we give them false hope. But nevertheless, I'll call them out. That'll be all for me in round one, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Peterson, and for your contribution to the discussion. I see MP York, who wanted to make an interruption. No, but then MP Otley decides he wants to make an interruption, and I don't need the indulgence of any member of Parliament at this time, so I give the possibility to MP Otley to make his interruption. MP Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll also like to state that as members of Parliament, Are we green? Thank you, Madam Chair. I also like to state that as members of Parliament, when we speak, we are also included because we speak of motions that would have been dead on arrival that was actually passed by the Parliament of St. Maarten, regardless unanimous or not. And we speak against motions and legislations and all of those things. And it's very funny that people can sit here and speak as if this is their first time in Parliament when they have been here for 4 years, have a law degree, and didn't bring one legislation to the people of St. Maarten. So I say, St. Maarten, be wise and pay attention to those who talk and those who do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that interruption, MP Otley. The members of Parliament, I don't have any other person on the list. I ask if any member of Parliament wishes to speak, to please indicate that now. We have MP Myers, who is signing in to speak? I give the floor to MP Myers. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I have the stand, please? And I think that one's better. Yeah, it was better the other way. Yeah.
MP Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My mic is not green. It's good? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to my colleagues in Parliament, to the Honorable Council of Ministers, radio listeners, televiewers, those of you in the Tribune, and those of you listening through social media. Madam Chair, I've sat and I've listened and I've understood. You know, the other day I was in church and the preacher gave a sermon, and it's interesting because this is where we find ourselves right now in St. Martin. And he gave the sermon, and it was about Moses leading his people to the promised land. And I say this, and I don't want to sound like a preacher, because I'm the son of a preacher, but I'm not a preacher. And what is interesting in that is when Moses led the Israelites was leading them to the promised land, it was supposed to take 11 days. A journey that was supposed to take 11 days lasted 40 years. And the scripture said it lasted 40 years because of grumbling, selfishness, a lack of trust in God, rebellion, and failure to reflect on the ways in which God lives his life. And then we ask ourselves, aren't we doing that right now? We have a great opportunity right now, because right now, St. Martin is in its darkest days. There's no two ways about it. We are faced with high crimes that is going to affect, or has already started to affect, our tourism product. Our island is dirty. Our young people are dying at an epidemic pace. And we're in the position in which we can make or help make the firm decisions to right the ship. Crime is rampant. One of the things that I could never understand about politics is the fact that had the election results turned out differently and it was another government over there, this would have been the same budget they would have been presenting under the circumstances. This would have been the very same budget that, and you could sit in government today on the verge of presenting a budget, and then tomorrow, when you're in opposition, you criticize that budget that you would have been presenting yesterday. We can do better than this, man. We have to do better than this. If we do not do better than this, we are contributing to the destruction of this country. It is impossible that you can have numerous ministers of finance, numerous ministers of VSR, justice, VROMI, and the same problem persists. Why do you think the same problem persists? Because we're focusing on the individuals and not the problem. We are focusing on Marinko. Gomes, the Honorable Marinka Gomes, and Honorable Prime Minister Luke Messalina, and Natalie Tacklin, and Patrice Gomes. But we are not focusing on the problems. So I would like to suggest, Madam Chair, maybe we could hold a closed-door meeting in which the ministers and the Parliament could sit down, and we could sit down seriously and start to discuss some of those 3 things that I mentioned that we are faced with and how we are going to tackle them, and know that it's going to take some sacrifice from us as members of Parliament and some sacrifices from the Council of Ministers, because we are going to have to right the ship. We're all on it. We do not have the ability to leave. We're all on this. We're all in this. There's never been a truer statement than we're all in this together right now. The shootings that happen on the French side affect us. To quote the late Felix Wazi, he said, when a gale blows, it doesn't stop at the frontier. That's what's happening now. This is showing the oneness of St. Martin. What affects one side affects the other. Yet, we come in and we make it about individuals. It's not about individuals. The problems and that's what's happened. Years ago, I was watching a commercial on TV, and I tell people about this commercial all the time because it's a security guard in a building and he's chasing a thief. And on the ceiling, they have Sector 13 and 14, and the thief runs from Sector 13 into Sector 14. And then the security guard stops and he said, Sector 13 is secured. We're taking care of what we have to take care of, and we don't worry with anything else. That's where we are today. And that's because each and every citizen of this country have forgotten what their responsibility to this country is. It's not only the politicians, it's every citizen. We speak about the garbage, and yes, this is the dirtiest I've ever seen St. Martin. But it, just like it isn't the minister of Romy throwing the garbage, it also isn't the garbage contractors. It's we as citizens. That's where we are. We've lost our pride. We do not, St. Martin has become a transient community where we do not care. It's a place where people could come, make money. It's lawless. The social fabrics of this country has totally broken down. Why? Because it is easy to say that government isn't doing what government is supposed to do, and totally negate your responsibility as a good citizen of this country. St. Martin has been good to so many all over the world. We brag about 110 or 120 different communities here. People brag how they come to St. Martin with $2 in their pocket and they have $1 million today. That's what they brag about this little 16 square mile island has done for them. This little island with so much potential, and what we are doing to it now, we are destroying it. Because you know why? And I said it in the first meeting, when we do not make the decisions that we have to make, we're going to be forced to make them when we don't want to make them. I have a few questions to the Minister of Justice. Just a few questions, and I'm going to... how many police officers do you have on staff now, Honorable Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair? Can you tell me what is the amount of police officers that is needed that will have St. Martin feeling safe? Because safety is one of the things that's a main concern. Almost every member of Parliament got up today and spoke about the safety of this country. And if you live in a country and you don't feel safe, that's like me telling you, you know something, I am going to Ukraine on vacation next week. The first thing you're going to ask me, is it safe? I want to know what is the number, because that is something we're going to have to try to reach. To the Honorable Minister of TIAT, how is the project in Indigo, V11, going? How is the advancement of the, and I know you're not directly involved with that, but considering that it's it's tourism. I want to know how is the feedback. And the reason I ask is because it's marketed to be a high-end five-star hotel, and as such, it is something that I believe is needed in our little island. There was an article, and my colleague MP Otley mentioned it, about the situation at the EDC. I would like to know how far the ministry is with that, and as it regards to, is there an investigation on it? Were funds misappropriated? What is the actual situation as it pertains to that, what happened at the EDC based on the article that I read? And to the Minister of Education, MP Peterson hinted on it. What is the situation with the monies that was misappropriated at the Charlotte Brooks Inn? That's a fact. Over 2 million guilders was misappropriated. There is, it seems like it has gone flat. Again, I know it happened before you. I'm not finger pointing to any particular person, because the person who misappropriated the funds, that is the person that should be held responsible for those are government funds that were government subsidies that were given to the school to help enhance and you have to be a special individual to steal 2 million guilders from children. Minister of Rome, I have a suggestion for you. I think it's time you're going to have to consider, albeit a small department, consider establishing a sanitation department, a government sanitation department, where you buy and government operates its own trucks, especially in cases of emergencies. That at least we've never had this situation in St. Martin, not ever growing up. You know, garbage used to be collected. St. Martin was clean, and even in the days when we thought it was dirty, it was clean in comparison to what it is now. Honorable Member of Parliament Darrell York mentioned about the drainage system. And it's something I've been seeing in particular in Sucker Garden, in the Rolandus Canal. Something to pay, and also in St. Peter's, the erosion. Because every time the excavator goes in and cleans, every time it takes away a little bit of the earth. And if you go right there in Sucker Garden across from Leslie's bar, you're going to see that not before you could have parked on the road, but because of the erosion now, you can't park on the side of the road. So you're gonna have to put a wall there and other places, because the Rolandus Canal, where there is no cement, is getting wider and wider, and people who have land that borders with the Rolandus Canal, their land is getting smaller and smaller, and eventually they're going to come to government and want compensation for that. The next thing I notice is, like, for example, we speak about the roads, you know, and the potholes in the roads. We always, and again, I believe that the ministers have a certain level of accountability, because they're the piercing tip of the swords on the executive branch, just like we are the piercing tip of the swords on the legislative branch. However, I believe the contractors have a responsibility too. And I want to know what kind, if you can tell me what kind of material that the asphalt that they're using on the roads, is it the cheapest kind? Because we travel to, for example, the Netherlands, which is, of course, a rich country. We travel to the Netherlands and the roads are fine. And most of these are subsidiary companies from mother companies in the Netherlands. Why are we getting inferior material? Or is it because of our road network system, no proper drainage, you know, the rocks in the road, cars drive on it and mash up the road. So I think we have to hold the contractors equally responsible, because that, again, is also government money, public funds that are paying for these roads. Someone mentioned, and it was very important, the Simpson Bay Bridge. Simpson Bay Bridge is approximately 40-something years old. Could be about 40 years old. I think I want to know what is the life expectancy of a bridge like that. And, you know, I think it's time that we start to consider actually putting in a new one, finding out to put in a new one, because it will be a major problem if one of these days that bridge in its old capacity, and I'm sure that it's maintained, its old capacity is, gets a problem while it is elevated. To the Minister of VSA, I would like you to tell me, I want to know what is the difference between, I know, but I want the general public to know, what is the difference between a pandemic and an epidemic? If you could tell me, because so for general knowledge. And then we spoke about the ministers. There was someone that said the ministers are operating like 7 islands. 7 islands, and this minister is doing that, this minister is doing this. Well, my take on it is, and the general feeling in the community is a sense of calm and a sense of finally we are operating in the best interest of St. Martin. And you see things coming. Now, the excuse or the and I won't call it an excuse, what we have now to be able to say it's only been a month. On the 26th of November, each minister was sworn in. Some before, but they were in a caretaker status. We won't have the ability to say this a year from now. We can't say a month. And I've read articles of pretty much all of the ministers who were in when they were asked questions, and they said, rightfully so, well, I've just got here, give me a chance to settle in and find out and set my course. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I ask the same indulgence for this Council of Ministers. And again, in closing, Madam Chair, I will be presenting a motion. In the second round, I will be presenting a motion. And I wish you well, and I implore on my colleagues in the executive and the legislative branch that we are in a crisis, and it is time to operate as if we are in a crisis and do what is right by this country. Not because we want to, because we are obliged to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers, for your contribution and commentary regarding the budget, the draft budget 2025. I now give the floor to the next speaker, and that is MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to you, my honorable colleagues, members of the Council of Ministers, persons in the Tribune, and a special good evening to the people of St. Martin that are here with us still following via various means. Madam Chair, I would like to start by saying that the presentation from the Ministry of General Affairs, I found it pretty clear and straightforward, factual, and also very realistic. I think that some of the other ministers can take a page out of this book for future presentations and future budget debates. I would like to quote the Honorable Minister Marinka Gomes. Tax revenues for 2025 are projected at $453 million, up from $426 million in 2024. This growth is largely driven by increased wage and turnover taxes, supported, now this is the important part, supported by new construction projects that are expected to stimulate employment. The reason why I smile and I mention this, Madam Chair, is because I took a beating in the last election and the election before that, because you signed too much building permits, you're overbuilding. Now, 2 seats down from the Minister of Finance right now, there's the Minister of Vromi, who, in my opinion, based on certain statements, whether it's from the party or separately, individually, is anti-development to a certain extent. And then they use the word sustainable. But my thing is, through you, Madam Chair, is that we have to be clear to the people, because if you ask me, I am under the impression, and my colleague, I think it was MP Irian, asked the question earlier, are we going to see a building stop? Is a building stop on the way? That is a question. That's my first question, Madam Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister. Do we have a building stop on the way? If so, let it not be a surprise. Break it down to the general public, because as you know, many persons, besides commercial, there are persons who want to develop their dream, build their dream homes, and to just say we're going to crack down, we're coming with stringent measures, it's kind of leaving a lot for interpretation. So through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask for clarity on that point. Madam Chair, I agree with a lot of things that was said by the speaker before me, but one thing stood out and I can't agree with it. I don't agree with the fact that the previous speakers mentioned that if the other governments or the previous government or something along those lines was in office, we would have received the same budget. The reason why I don't agree, Madam Chair, is because we had revenue-generating measures in it. That has been my concern from the beginning of this debate in the CC. It is still my concern now, and I hope that message can resonate so that we can see something different coming forward with more substance in the 2026 budget. I'd like to start by bringing forward some points of concern, questions, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of VSA. There's been a lot of discussion on the whole HAP. It closed, it opened, discrepancies, different things. But up to now, I haven't gotten a clear answer from the government. What is the way forward? Are we going to involve other general practitioners? Are we going to cancel it completely? What is the intention of the ministry when it comes to after-hour care? Because, Madam Chair, I must say that I am someone for sure that have made use of it, whether directly or indirectly, and having that option is a great thing for your people, because we know how overcrowded the emergency room can get and how difficult it is at times to get attention, and sometimes you're not even in an emergency, but you require care. So that is my next question to you, Madam Chair. How far are we with the HAP? What is the intention? What is the vision of this minister, this current minister, with regards to after-hour care? I'd like to move on, Madam Chair, to the Ministry of ECYS. I mentioned where the concern that I had in regards to the 4-year-olds, not being 4-year-old, about to make 4-year-old. Once you're born on October 1st, you're born late. So this is my question. Based on the response that I received in the CC, the minister stated there is no current policy as the law is clear. However, some schools enforce their own rules. My question is this to you. How does the ministry intend to ensure that all schools comply uniformly with the legal framework, and immediate action, I believe, should be taken to ensure compliance? How does the ministry plan to address that this coming school year? I was surprised when I read that, because I was always under the impression that there was a law and or a policy that prevented persons from starting school as they make 4 years old. So that is my question through you, Madam Chair. When will the, because I also got a response that there are proposed amendments. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, when will the proposed amendments to the National Ordinance on Foundation-Based Education be finalized, and can the minister share a projected timeline for this implementation? I know that the proposed amendments include provisions for children born between October and December to start the first day of school, and for those born between January and June to begin on the 1st of January. Why can't all children born throughout the year start on the first day of school? I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, if there's a specific reason why that can be done. As it relates to technical and vocational institution and the subsidy calculations, I would like to know the following. The minister mentioned that a review of the lump sum system, the LSS, but provided a timeline extending to 2029 for a comprehensive assessment. Given the urgency, Madam Chair, can the ministry expedite the assessment for technical and vocational institutions? Is this an option? I would like to know through you, Madam Chair. And I would also like to know, has the ministry conducted an interim analysis of the subsidy models that addresses the inadequacies, particularly in addressing the high operational costs of technical schools? If not, Can this be a priority? Is it a priority? What is the update with regard to that particular subject matter? I move on now, Madam Chair, to the Ministry of Finance. I would like to know, Madam Chair, where in the budget, where in the 2025 national budget of Country St. Martin can I see, or any member of parliament, or citizens of St. Martin for that matter, see that there are efforts to acquire Mullet Bay? Because a lot of talk can be had with first right refusal, no first right refusal. We hear debate in the budget today, Madam Chair. If the CBS, Central Bank of Curacao and St. Martin, put Mullet Bay up for sale and we happen to win, how do you plan to acquire it? Then you're going to rush to Parliament and ask for a budget amendment? That is my question. Where in the 2025 budget are funds allocated for the purchase of Mullet Bay? I would also like to know, Madam Chair, since the amendment was passed, what concrete steps has the Ministry of Finance taken to secure funding for this? So if it's not in the budget, what are the steps that were taken, or where can we get information, documentation? Something that could substantiate the fact that the government, this government, the Messalina II cabinet, is working towards acquiring Mullet Bay for the people of St. Martin. I would also like to know, Madam Chair, through you, if this government can share its vision post the acquisition of Mullet Bay. So let's say everything goes all well, whether we pass a budget amendment here for CapEx or whatever have you, and we are able to acquire Mullet Bay. What is the vision of this cabinet for the development of Mullet Bay? I heard, through you, Madam Chair, the Minister of Finance mention about adjusting the function book to offer competitive salaries, and I believe it was in the presentation also. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, where in this budget has an increase which relates to personnel costs to create competitive salaries? Can I find it in the budget? Because I wasn't able to find it in this draft 2025 budget. I would like for the minister to point me out exactly where in the budget these funds are allocated so that I can inform some concerned civil servants that brought it to my attention yesterday. Madam Chair, I'll go over now to the Central Bank of Curacao and St. Martin. This is also to the Minister of Finance. I'd like to share some concerns that was brought to me by the way the Central Bank of Curacao and St. Martin is functioning, particularly regarding the impact on both the people and the business community of St. Martin. To quote the Central Bank, two countries, Curacao and St. Martin, have a non-bankable population of 12% and 17% respectively. This is alarming when we consider how people and businesses are spending. We have to ask ourselves just how much the unofficial economy has grown. And when this continues to grow because of the poor financial services available to them. It's no secret, Madam Chair, that families are struggling to plan for the future because they can't access basic financial services. Businesses are also finding it harder to operate, let alone grow, because the banks aren't offering solutions that meet their specific needs. It's more red tape and more red tape as we continue to go along. Some people have issues opening regular bank accounts, Madam Chair. That's no secret. We talk about the banking law. These things are happening. Madam Chair, it feels like every year there's a new set of laws and regulations and policies, whether it's because of international pressure, new rules from corresponding banks, or the fear of being blacklisted as a country. While I understand the need for compliance, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister of Finance, I believe that we need to find ways, and I don't believe that enough is being done to address the local challenges. Instead, the financial sector seems to be making it harder and not easier for the people and the businesses to function. Because one thing I heard when I was the former Minister of Justice in the CFATF conference in Antigua, while deliberating with other ministers of justice and ministers of finance and other financial institutional bodies, is that there cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. What is applicable here, what can work here, cannot work over there. So I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, are these discussions already taking place with the central bank and government technical teams? If not, why not? And if not, when will we start these tough discussions to make sure that our people and our businesses can prosper? Madam Chair, I personally think it's time for Parliament, whether through the Finance Committee, to take a good hard look at the operational matters or the way of operating of the central bank and how these policies are affecting the people that we represent. We need to hear directly from the stakeholders who are being impacted. Let them come to Parliament to share their experiences. Let us be a closed door if the minister can organize such. And let the CBCS tell us if anything that they have done to address these concerns that have been plaguing our community over the years, and especially in the last decade. Here's what I'm proposing through you, Madam Chair, to the minister. We invite the key stakeholders, for instance, the Chamber of Commerce, the Bankers Association, the insurance brokers, notaries, APS, the IMA, to share a lot of their concerns. We give the central bank the opportunity to explain their side of the story and see what actions they can take to resolve some of these issues. After hearing from everyone, the Parliament decides how to move forward, whether that means introducing new laws, revising existing ones, or finding other ways to ensure fairness for our people and our business community. Madam Chair, I strongly believe that if we address these issues, it will have a great impact on our economy, a great impact on the livelihood of our people, and St. Martin can make great strides in terms of enhancing and empowering our people and our businesses. I would like to know if the minister is up to take on this challenge in order to make it a win-win situation for the peoples of St. Martin and the business community. Madam Chair, with that being said, I would move on to the Ministry of Justice, through you, to the Honorable Minister. Yesterday, you issued a call, Minister, for budgetary adjustments. I would like to know if you can please elaborate on what you meant exactly in terms of making a call for budgetary adjustments. Through you, Madam Chair, I would also like to know if the minister can give some insight into what actions are being taken or will be taken in the short term to address the spike in violence. I heard, I think maybe, if not all colleagues that spoke before me, mentioned this important point. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, what steps is the ministry taking to address the sudden spike in violence and accidents island-wide? Through you, Madam Chair, I know I brought this up to the former Minister of Justice, and I brought it in the CC as well to this current Minister of Justice. When I requested some clarity on the minister's vision when it comes to the gun amnesty program or having one at this point, I understand that there's a driehoek that is to happen, but I would like to know, Madam Chair, the minister and the ministry's vision on this point, because I believe that if we don't tackle it sooner than later, we will have to be here, continue to react to certain things. All these days, Madam Chair, there's so much happening on this island in terms of violence. I would just like to know what can be a quick fix or a quick thought process that the minister has in mind in order for us to deal with this. I believe that there's no need to reinvent the wheel. Gun amnesty programs have happened so much in the past, so there's nothing new that needs to be done. The only extra point that I wanted to add through you, Madam Chair, is that we could try to tie it into a sort of a job recruitment drive where persons, because the main concern is, we're doing this because we can do better. So I just would like to know if we could have contact the business community, contact the job placement agencies, whatever have you, in order to have them on site, in order to encourage these persons that come and participate in this gun amnesty program to be able to get something so that they can sustain themselves and their families. I would like to know the minister's view on that, and if we can do something in the short term, pre that Drihu conversation. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to move on to the Ministry of General Affairs. I would like to know what is besides just the Ministry of General Affairs, what are the top 5 priorities of each minister within the Council of Ministers? the top 5 priorities for 2025. I've heard a lot of different things mentioned, plans, but no clear deadlines. I would like to know for 2025, what is the top 5 priorities from the Council of Ministers? Madam Chair, I brought this up in the Central Committee to the Honorable Prime Minister with regards to the whole NRPB resettlement saga. I remember sitting here in 2018 having a serious concern with the fact that I think it was 2019 actually, when I had to understand that persons that were basically living and built illegally will be compensated in great numbers. Millions was paid out, Madam Chair. However, when I went over to be a minister within the Council of Ministers, the deal was done and I complied with it. I respect continuity. That's a word that we're using here often. However, I have a serious concern with abuse of power or semblance of abuse of power. I asked the Prime Minister through you, Madam Chair, for me to get clarity on one particular case. Well, there were actually 2 cases where persons were not compensated and other persons were compensated for land that was allocated to someone else. The response given by the Prime Minister through you, Madam Chair, is that we have no pending cases at the NRPB, everything is closed. Madam Chair, I dealt with this thoroughly myself as a minister, hence the reason I know it as like the back of my hand. Something went wrong, and I would like, through you, Madam Chair, if I can get a substantiated response from the Minister, Prime Minister, from the NRPB. So basically, in other words, Mr. Prime Minister, don't just take any answer that they give you, because I know a lot of the story, and I also know when it club and it don't club. So when you say that it's closed, for them it might be closed. For me, it's not closed. For the simple fact that each and every individual that live here in St. Martin, that call St. Martin their home, that contribute in our tax system, have rights. And when you treat certain individuals like they don't have rights, and you treat others like gods, that is where I get involved. So through you, Madam Chair, without giving any more details, I know that the Prime Minister and I had a conversation on it. I would like some more clarity on that particular point, and how does the government, via the NRPB, plan to address that particular matter. I move on, Madam Chair, to the Ministry of VROMI. I was glad to hear that the minister mentioned of the continuation of the Mortgage Guarantee Fund, which started a lot of years ago. It was sort of revamped during the tenure of me and MP Arian as Minister of Finance and Minister of VROMI, respectively. And I really want to see this happen because, through you, Madam Chair, I think that it is a great thing. It encourages home ownership. And once this is able to come to fruition, we will put a lot of happy faces in our community, because persons then will be able to make use of this unique opportunity to secure their own home. So I'm glad to know that the ministry is pushing forward with this, and I would like to know if there's a particular timeline through you, Madam Chair, as to the completion of it, or when we could see some kind of tangible, not just results in terms of words, but tangible results come out of it, where we can have this come to fruition. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to get some clarity from the Minister of VROMI, if the Minister can elaborate on the steps being taken to address the ongoing challenges with property owners when it comes to the side road projects. I know that I think there was one issue that we experienced. I believe it was resolved in the meantime, but I also heard that there was mention of other issues with property owners. Is it the case that the ministry is then saying, hey, listen, if there's an issue there, we're just going to move on to another road that we see need dire attention? Or how is the ministry addressing those issues that we have with landowners, specifically when it comes to the side road project? I would like to know if there's a strategy to engage the contractors and stakeholders to streamline the processes to avoid further hiccups. I know that there was a pause for about 6 weeks, then a pause for another 4 weeks, then a pause for another 3 to 4 weeks. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, what is being done to remedy the hiccups, because I know that the project in reality had to be completed, I believe it was in October. I know that more than half are done. I would like to know how are we going to now, in January 2021, tackle the matter so that we can avoid further hiccups and that we can basically hand over those roads to those citizens that are in dire need for some relief when it comes to going to their home. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to know, I think I heard this question before, but just want to put some emphasis on it if it wasn't asked before in this manner. What steps has the ministry taken to move the Hope Estate housing project, and what challenges are currently delaying this process? I would like to know, Madam Chair, let's say, for instance, I heard that it is off the table with the World Bank, it's on the table, it's trying to get on and off the table. With that being said, we are able to go to the Netherlands to seek financing for generators. Fine. Is it then an option to include this in the capital expenditure budget? I know that there's 18 million guilders being allocated for land acquisition. I know that that land acquisition at a time entailed for burial purposes, and I'm just trying to know if, through you, Madam Chair, if the ministry is on the same trajectory or has the purpose changed? If so, what is the current purpose for it? And is it an option to seek financing when it comes to housing? Also, is it another option to go public-private partnerships with APS, for example, or any other entity that we are allowed to borrow from or have dealings with at Government of St. Martin? Madam Chair, I asked the Minister in the Central Committee meeting for clarity on the continuation of the appointment or the distribution of the land in Hope over the bank for those persons that have homes there built already. So just to be clear, those persons that have homes there for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, we started a project where we invited everyone in. We had 2 town hall meetings, clear discussions. We mapped out everywhere where everyone was living. We had a projected road in the area. Is it the intention of the minister, this government, through you, Madam Chair, to continue with this project? I got a response that says, regarding the over-the-bank homes, no, nothing is being done. I would like some more clarity on that, Madam Chair, because at the end of the day, we are talking about people, we are talking about our people, and correcting their situation that has never been corrected for decades, so that they too can have a peace of mind and have something that is secure, that they can also not only call their own, but have everything legally regulated, as I believe the minister will also think that that is something that he would want to do for these individuals, And lastly, Madam Chair, well, not lastly, I have a couple more points from me, actually. Last on this page, regarding the Vineyard Heights, I asked for clarity on it. I got a wishy-washy response. I would like to get a clear-cut response. A plan was made for development of that area, over 150 homes. That would be 150 plus families. This presentation was done here in Parliament. We had some members of a particular faction that did a whole show with it, went to court, did what they had to do, and pushed people to go to court. We won the court case. The court case is now over, Mr. Minister. What is your intention with that property? Can we then say, within this governing term, 150 plus keys will be handed over? Will the planning start? How are we going to move forward with that project? If you don't have it, through you, Madam Chair, I can send it to you. I just want to see it get done. Regarding the CapEx budget breakdown, I see that there's nothing new here since we left it, besides the whole GB generators, I assume. But Madam Chair, through you, I would like to know, because I saw in the minister's presentation, it states electric generators GB. I was told and I read and I approved in the former budget 2024 amendment, diesel generators. So I would like to know if this is just a simple error, or what does the minister mean with electric generators Is it the intention to go and get some sustainable, renewable generators, or is this the same generators that the Prime Minister has been lobbying for, and the funds were already received? Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to get some clarity from the Minister on what is left back on the road resurfacing program funds from the CAPEX, also on the side road hard surfacing project. How much funds has been spent, how much is left back, and how much more roads are required to be done? I know that quite a substantial amount has been done because I personally drive around and monitor them because it's something that I am proud of, engaging with the homeowners and the different roads. So I would like to know how much more funds are left over. Madam Chair, through you, to the Minister, on the overall comparison of the budget, 2024 versus 2025, I go down to the revenue part where it says leasehold canon fees. In 2023, 4.9 million guilders was received. In 2024, I see that 13.1 million guilders was budgeted to be received. And then in budget 2025, I see it gone back to 8 million. Madam Chair, I would like to know if all these figures are correct. If so, if a little bit more substantiation can be given as to why the sudden change, so to speak. I see that the actuals are there, but something still isn't clear to me, or I don't recognize these numbers then, based on my recollection. So I'd like to know if everything there is clear. If not, if we can be provided with the correct ones, if there are any issues there. Madam Chair, I move on to the last slide from the Minister on his presentation, well, the one before the last, where the Minister speaks of revenue-generating initiatives. The landfill tipping fee, the waste management fee and taxes, the enforcement of laws and policies, so via the legislature for ordering the fines, the environmental impact fund, the SLA for road maintenance. Madam Chair, none of this is in the budget for 2025. So I'd like to know through you, this is a question for each individual line item that I just listed. Can the Minister show me where it is in this budget? Because it can be that we are presented with a budget, the Minister is making a presentation on this same budget, and nothing that is presented is actually in the budget. I would like some clarity on that. Well, I haven't seen it. And if so, why isn't it in the budget? Can we then expect an amendment that came from like education, for example, or finance to incorporate it in this 2025 budget? That's another question. Madam Chair, Well Road, I asked about it. Several members asked about it. I was told it was on, it was off. I left it on, it ended up being off for the administrative error that the Minister mentioned. It wasn't on. But through you, Madam Chair, Minister, would like to know, how do you plan to address it? Because we could find money for festivals, we could find money for everything else. How do you plan to address Well Road if you haven't started already? I saw that you started in Defiance last night or the night before, but I still, through you, Madam Chair, I can't understand if the Minister has an issue with Sucker Garden. The reason why I say that is because, Madam Chair, Sucker Garden, the road on the way to the Flanders, it's in a deplorable state. After the weather was even worse. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, do you plan to address Sucker Garden? I know that I am from there, and I've been asking for it for a long time. So if that's your issue, I have moved in the meantime, but please address Sucker Garden. I'm getting complaints from it on a regular, and I just want it done, please. That is on behalf of the community of Sucker Garden, genuinely. Through you, Madam Chair, with the long-term service level agreements for the road maintenance, I think that this is a great initiative because once it's on bid for, let's say if you decide to do it for 3 years with a particular company, it is then their responsibility to maintain and upkeep. So they are then obliged to ensure that the quality is up to par, as is in the case in Aruba, where they have certain public-private partnerships with road maintenance. And I think that would then solve the point that MP Myers brought up in terms of the quality of the material and the quality of work that we are receiving. So I think that this is a great idea, and I am still confused why it isn't in the budget right now, because that would have been a great conversation that we could have been having, where there's a change in terms of security for our road infrastructure. So I hope that I can expect a change in the coming 24 hours as we receive with education and finance. Through you, Madam Chair, I want to touch on a point that the ministry brought up with the digital transformation. I would like to know, how will the implementation of the Mercell software improve the efficiency and transparency of public tenders? We had several meetings over the years with different stakeholders. There was even an application, I'm not sure if it was Mercell, that the Ministry of Education was using to handle their public tenders. I was explained and told why it cannot work within the Ministry of Rummy, within the scope. So I would like to know, is it the same software? And if not, what is the difference between this software and the software that the Ministry of ECYS is using? And what are the benefits from it? Can you customize it? Can you tailor-make it to match your particular product that you want to receive? That is a question through you, Madam Chair. And I would also like to know, on that same system, what is the timeline of integrating it? Because we get a lot of nice words and nice statements here on the floor during the budget debate, Madam Chair, but there's never a real timeline to it. And one thing I tell people all the time, I sat here and I asked questions for a living, and I sat over in the other building and I answered questions for a living. So you can't really fool me so easy. So just give me some timelines on these things so that I could be able to communicate to the people of St. Martin what we are busy with in terms of Parliament and government, in terms of tangible deliverables. Madam Chair, I would like to know through you, from the Honorable Minister, how many deeds of issuance have you signed since taking office? And then I know that the minister came in a bit after, so go back to May 3rd. Since Marcelino 1 cabinet came in, how many deeds of land issuance has been signed? When I talk about land issuance, Madam Chair, I also talk about extensions, because an extension also counts as an issuance. So if you have 500 square meters and you want an additional 200, 300, 400, 500, that's an extension. That also counts as an issuance. It's different from a transfer, because I know that the minister, through you, Madam Chair, did a good job in terms of wordplay last time and tell me a transfer is this or renewal of a decree. No, I'm talking about issuance and extensions. I hope that is clear. If not, let me know. I'll make it even extra clear. Madam Chair, upon taking office in 2020, I was busy trying to, clean up the mess. We had COVID, all those unpleasant things we had to deal with. And what came to my attention is that sometimes the ministry would pay for a service, the person never delivers, and nobody ever follow up. And one of the points I brought forward to the department heads, if it was your money, would you have let it go so easy? The answer is always no. Because guess what? Who feels it knows it. So we started to look for different things in terms of what is owed, what isn't owed. And we found a document where the government paid for a weighbridge. A weighbridge is the bridge that, a scale, so to speak, that weighs the waste, the garbage collection from the garbage trucks before it goes into our landfill, for record keeping, for statistics, for whatever have you. We paid full for that. It was never delivered. I guess it was because of who had to deliver it and who they were connected to. But that's not the point, Madam Chair. I started a court case. We had liens. We had everything going on. I know that this is the previous administration, which is kind of like this administration, has been the administration to settle everything. Everything the other government was fighting for the people of St. Martin, we settle. Was this settled? That's a question, Madam Chair. Was this case with the weighbridge settled? And an additional question, how many other court cases within the Ministry of Rummy over the last couple of months from May 3rd to now has been settled. How much has been won, how much has been lost, and how much has been settled. Because I know the ministry is doing a great job. Well, the minister and the cabinet then is doing a great job in putting out articles and saying they win court cases, but settling ain't a win. So I'd like clarity on that. Settle, win, loss. Please. Regarding the Ministry of Tourism, Madam Chair, I have a couple points here through you to the Honorable Minister. We had a groundbreaking, and then we're going to hear about the marketplace again. We had a groundbreaking. It happened. We were then told it would be done in X amount of time. The persons were then relocated to an alternative temporary location. Questions started flowing after about a month or almost two. What is the update? What is the update? What is the update? We saw the word go up to maybe block us or think that we will forget about it, which wasn't the case. It's still there. No movement is happening. Madam Chair, what is even a bit more disturbing is when I ask clearly here, if you change the scope of the works, wouldn't you have to retender? That's based on my knowledge that I've received over the last 4 years on tendering and whatever have you. No, you don't need to retender. You just change the facade a bit, the aesthetics, but no retendering is needed because it's the same. But when you change the aesthetics, you change the price. When you change the price, you change the deliverables. When you change the deliverables, it affects the bill of quantities and the entire budget. So therefore, as was mentioned in a different meeting by the Minister of Rummy, you do need to retender. No problem. I wasn't done. Madam Chair, when I look through the National Gazette for the months of June, July, August, September, October, November, December, there's no mention of a building permit for a marketplace. So when we sit here, Madam Chair, and we are told that, yes, it's in the process, we're going to start next week, we're doing this, we're doing that, you're telling me that that is just a blatant lie, not only to members of Parliament, but let's take it a step further, to the people of St. Martin, by just saying we're going to start, but you don't have a building permit? Is it the intention to start to work without a building permit? Has the Minister of Rummy, through you, Madam Chair, that's another question. Minister of Rummy, have you issued a waiver to continue the works or start the works without a building permit? I would like some clarity on that, Madam Chair, because if that's not the case, then I just believe that the people of St. Martin have been taken for a ride, not now, but since months ago when we were asking this same question. Because the complaints are real from those vendors, almost every morning. Madam Chair, I would like to know, through you, from the Honorable Minister of TIAT, I saw in a presentation that 164,000 guilders was allocated to third-party personnel payments. I would like to get some clarity on that. Is that consultants? Is that temp workers? What can that be justified or even elaborated on for clarity's sake? Madam Chair, when I sit back and I listen to certain people talk, you know, I was always told to don't react to everything. I must say, I've improved a lot over the last 7 years, and I'm proud of myself, and thank you for the team that always encouraged me to don't react to everything. But Madam Chair, when some people are so blatant to just disregard the intelligence of people that know better and say certain things and talk about nepotism and talk about fraud and talk about corruption, when they have sat in certain departments and have done so much wrong to the people of St. Martin, Madam Chair, and have the guts to sit in this esteemed house after, as MP Lewis mentioned, sneaking in through the back door because of a situation. And you want to talk about fraud and all these things? Madam Chair, I know that I can't call him a colleague because he's on the other side in the executive branch. He had a reason why he stopped taking advice from you. So let us not paint a certain picture. And if you want to talk about documents, government is public, Madam Chair. Everything in government that you do is public. So bring documents. We're going to have a fun day in here with documents. And I know exactly which documents to ask for, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are talking about the budget of Country St. Martin, so I will no longer distract the people with unnecessary rhetoric, but certain things you have to address. All I have is my name. While they was running a toko in the toko of Rami, we was here walking. And that's why the minister had to get rid of you as soon as possible, besides the regular circumstances. Madam Chair, again, in closing, I would like to know what are the top 5 priorities of the different ministries, because every project I read in this budget, everything in here, is from the former administration. I hear the Minister of Finance say that, though. Madam Chair, no plan, no project, no vision, no policy, no revenue generating. Rush, 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 rush. When Legal Affairs said they needed some more time to vet the budget, Madam Chair, we rush it.
MP Duran, with your indulgence, I recognize that MP Kotai wishes to make use of the interruption lectern. MP Kotai, you may make your point, your interruption.
So just to repeat as my earlier sentiments, the kind MP just mentioned that the budget is the same as last. So are you then saying the previous minister had no revenue generating ideas too? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai. MP Duran, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I heard a lot of reference made to reading being fundamental. I think listening is even more fundamental, because at the end of the day, there are no new, let me be clear then, no new revenue generating measures in this budget. Hence the reason my concern, I brought it forth in the CC several times, and I've said it here. And if there's a new revenue generating point in this budget, so now the good MP just put his minister on the spot. Through you, Madam Chair, like a next question. I was almost done. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, what are the new revenue generating measures in this budget that wasn't in budget 2024? Madam Chair, MPD Weaver highlight the flaws in this budget. They even take time to change it from 2024 in the writing in certain areas to put 2025. It was rushed. It did not go through the proper channels. When Legal Affairs asked for extra time, it was no, 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 it have to be done now. To show up the former minister in some way, I guess that was the effort to do, Madam Chair, to say that we brought it on time, but it's on time, but it's not correct. So, Madam Chair, through you, I would like to know, will we be receiving the correct version with 2025? Have we received it in the meantime since this morning when it was highlighted by my colleague, MP De Weaver? If so, if not, when will we receive it? Madam Chair, like I said, one of the concerns for me is that the budget lacks substance. It's like null, no vision. And I would like to hope that after, like my MP colleague, MP Myers mentioned, in a year from now, you cannot say that you just start. So I would hope that this is just not beginner's luck, but beginner's unluck or something, but some clarity should be given to these small, minor discrepancies so that we know that once we approve and or disapprove, we are dealing with a correct document. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you all for listening. Have a blessed evening further.
Thank you, MP Duran, for your contribution to the discussions on the draft budget 2025. Members of Parliament, we're nearly at the end of tonight's session. Before that time, however, I'll adjourn for 5 minutes. This meeting is adjourned for 5 minutes.
Good evening. I hereby reopen the meeting. MP Westcott Williams has signed in to speak. I will now give the floor to MP Westcott Williams for her comments in the first round. MP Westcott, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairlady, and a very good evening to you. A good evening to my colleagues, a good evening to the ministers of the Council of Ministers, a good evening to everyone. Madam Chairlady, those of you, and I guess that includes all of you, know me well enough to know that I love a budget debate. I loved it when I sat on the other side of the aisle. I loved it in whatever capacity I sat on this side of the aisle, whether it is being part of the government or not. I just love a budget debate. I love the budget handling of the country. And so, Madam Chairlady, let me start by expressing my thanks to the ministers for presenting their budget, and by doing so, present the budget 2025 in the month, actually of December. It was presented in December. We started the handling in December, and we now continue in the first month of the year, January 2025. There has been a lot of talk in the meeting regarding whether the budget is acceptable by some, whether it's an optimistic budget or not. The optimism expressed by members of the Council of Ministers, I share that optimism because I believe as leaders of this country, regardless to the circumstances, we need to be able to take on our responsibility and lead with hope and determination. So I share that optimism, but at the same time, very, very cognizant of the realities faced by this government. What those realities are became quickly evident by a very short note of amendment presented by the Minister of ECYS. And what needed to be done in order for that ministry to acquire a few or be able to fill a few functions was actually to, from the same budget, cut some posts of projects and other such programs of that ministry, because there is not much wiggle room in the budget. But I believe to confidently make the next steps, we need to know where we stand today and where we've come from. So not going too far back, in the latter part of 2023, as we were approaching the end of the former governing term 2020 to 2024, we all readied ourselves for the elections of January 2024. For us, and in this case I speak of the Democratic Party, that was after having sat out elections for approximately 8 years. A colleague of mine earlier referred to the year 2024 and indicated that the majority of the government now, in the next couple of months, would have been in office for a year. Really? January 2024 election. And I don't even want to go back to June 2022, because I believe that was a turning moment in that government, 2020 to 2024. Elections, January 2024. A new parliament sitting in February 2024. The government, which I supported, taking office on the 3rd of May. By the 20th of May, that government was informed that they no longer had a majority, only within the next couple of days to be told that that majority was reestablished. And in the meantime, elections were called. And so we had elections again with everything that happened between that date and the elections of August 2024. Can anyone really say that members of this government in the next couple of months is going to have a year in government and a year of governance? The last time the Democratic Party participated in an election was in the year 2016, at which time we formed part of government and ironically were booted from that government because of the disagreement regarding the funding for the recovery following Hurricanes Irma and Maria. And it is apparent to everyone, and it will become more apparent, that that funding was a blessing in disguise for every successive government. Because imagine for a moment that the governments over the years did not have the trust fund projects and the NRPB structure. And I give that piece of history to fast forward to January 2024, in which election we did participate, and along with 3 other parties on the basis of a program set out to govern this country, only to be undermined a couple of months later, following the January 24 election. How that entire year turned out is history. But what I do know is that the government agreed in January 2024 on the basis of a governing accord that included some fundamental and recurring issues. Some of these have been restated in the coalition accord that governs this current cabinet, Marcelina, and the ministers before us today. The other fundamental issues have been left to be worked out in the government's program, the governing program, in collaboration with the ministries and the plans already at the ministries. And that would be the way, seems like the way to go. I want to mention just a few of the items that were agreed to in the coalition of the URSM, PFP, the NOW, and the Democratic Party, because we didn't even get a chance to share that agreement. Matters such as the creation and establishment of a national development bank, the principles of tax reform, health screening, and addressing the use of tobacco and narcotic products in our society, addressing addictions, expansion of home care, health services, mental health, the orange economy, a specific St. Martin economic identity, regional cooperation in the area of security, economic development, transportation, and food security, as well as climate change. We agreed on an urgent Kingdom conference to address, among other items, the democratic deficit, the debt position of St. Martin, the right to sustainable development and self-government, and as part of nation building, the status of the English language. Poverty, decentralizing certain tasks to community councils to be the bridge between community residents and government services. A new way of looking at investments and investors to include corporate social responsibilities. We wanted to address the University of St. Martin's concerns related to the Ordinance on Higher Education. We spoke about a special development policy plan that addresses environmental challenges, public-private partnerships for housing, an environmental and nature protection authority, a solid waste authority, and cross-border initiatives. As I mentioned before, several of these policy initiatives and visions reappear in the coalition agreement of August 2024. However, this government, the 7 ministers sitting before us, faces a huge task, nearly, and some would want to say impossible task. Because under the current circumstances, it is difficult to move from where we are in a sustainable way. Firstly, we had to out some big fires, fires that were left simmering for years before this government took office. Our budget, in its current form, leaves very little room for growth. This one, the one before it, and the one before that, and the one before that. It is not new what we are facing today. What is new is that this government is owning up to it, that that is the situation before us. I am of the firm belief that we will never, under the current circumstances and regulations, reach at a point where the CFT is no longer necessary because we would have fulfilled the balanced budget criteria, not in this day and age. We cannot 1 minute be considered equal and share kingdom responsibilities in this same budget. Other times we are patronized, and then other times we are ridiculed. And you have heard it from all our ministers in their presentations. So there is no lack of plans, there is no lack of vision, but there is not capacity, and there is no additional money for that capacity. And then, of course, as also acknowledged, we lack data. In 2020, December 2020 to be exact, after a lot of playing the cat and mouse game with the Dutch government, we were forced to accept the country package that was already designed for Curaçao and Aruba, an opportunity lost for us to be the initiators of the country package that we are executing today. So the TWO, there are many reports in the Central Committee meetings of Parliament. I refer to some of these reports. But what can we do with these reports without the resources to execute them, without the capacity to further implement them? I haven't seen ministers sufficiently in the budget what kind of resources we are getting via the TWO. Now, putting the money where, to use a cliche expression, where the mouth is, where the mouth has been. Of course, we know of the prison project and we know of the tax project. But in addition to that, I am convinced, and I would encourage this Council of Ministers on the basic of the things that we stood for and stand for as a coalition, to have some type of a retreat and discuss ways and means for funding based on mitigating matters such as climate change and preserving the environment through sustainable energy sources and such. This type of topics resonate in the region. They resonate globally. I repeat them: climate change, debt financing, and small island development states. One rainfall and our budget for upgrading of roads could be depleted, and we still would not have dealt with structural infrastructural improvements. A retreat, in my mind, that would include public-private partnerships for example, housing. A retreat that would include a broad approach towards the Dutch government. Because while our debt position might not be that bad, a great portion of these debts, of these loans, is non-productive. A lot has been said about our health system and universal health care and the general health insurance. And we need to ask ourselves, can we, for the long term, carry our health system based on our scale, our health profile, and our aging population. Another discussion to be had now: are we sufficiently utilizing our EU relationship and citizenship, or are we again facing lack of capacity to go after that source of funding with a strong determination? These are not easy questions, and not questions that one single person or even two or three have all the answers to. But what I do believe, ministers, and I am convinced of, is that there are sufficient persons here on St. Martin who can give advice and are willing to support this endeavor. There is always, of course, the ongoing or the going concern. And at this time, we do not have the luxury to take our overburdened management in government, so those who can do this kind of work, and put them to research and collaborate and draft some of out-of-the-box approaches that we need to apply. Yes, we need legislation, but even the legislation that we have can't be enforced because of the lack of capacity. This country of St. Martin is not the lawless country that some people would like to portray it as, but we don't have sufficient control to enforce our laws as they are. So again, I want to encourage the ministers to not just have a theoretical exercise of drafting a governing program that will end up on the shelf somewhere, like so many before it, but rather to have that retreat, by whatever name you wish to call it. Right now, we need a quick assessment of our national economic profile, because until now, we keep getting it in bits and pieces from the IMF, from the CBCS, from reports commissioned by the TWO. So much to do. And when it comes to budget, so little room. I encourage the government to make the district and community council concept part of the governance framework, part of the decentralized governance for this country. Our Minister of Finance stated it correctly. So I don't understand the discussion about taking over from previous budgets or bringing the same budget here to Parliament. A policy-neutral budget. You want a more realistic approach to what we have before us as a budget? Those words were expressed by the Minister of Finance. So from the coalition agreement to which I referred earlier, to a governing program, finances will continue to be scarce. And so what is therefore extremely important is to temporize expectations, take small steps, seek incremental successes based on the outline of this government's vision and priorities. Communicate also, and I believe especially to Parliament, so we can be your ally in advancing some of your efforts. I want to touch on a few matters of the ministry's concern. The meeting that needs to continue with the Prime Minister on the nationality issue that we had discussions with in a committee meeting. And I expect, as promised by the Prime Minister, to receive the population data of St. Martin. That, when the Prime Minister responded, Madam Chair Lady, was not readily available. I asked about the state of going towards alternative energy, about the multi-annual indicative program of St. Martin by the EU in connection with alternative energy. I repeat, I think it has been asked before, about the status of the SER chairperson. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for responding to my question regarding the cabinet of the Minister Plenipotentiary in The Hague. What the Prime Minister did, Madam Chair Lady, in responding to that was also to get a feel and reaction from our minister plenipotentiary. But there again we see where a need for additional persons at that cabinet to assist our residents who either live or happen to be in the Netherlands. And it is a matter of having budget and capacity. I want to continue, Madam Chair Lady, my discussion that I've had with the Prime Minister, both verbally as well as in writing, regarding the statement by the State Secretary on the issue of integrity involving Transparency International on St. Martin and the other CAS countries. And why am I so specific about this item? It is because who know. And fact is that Transparency International has been on St. Martin, has made an assessment on St. Martin, and one of the results of that assessment and other reports commissioned by St. Martin regarding integrity on St. Martin that led to our integrity chamber. I think that's why I'm a little disappointed that the fact that our integrity chamber law, our national ordinance, by the way, for which we had to fight for it to be a national ordinance. Otherwise, it would have been a mutual agreement. It would have been an onderlinge regeling. While the State Secretary himself acknowledged that this is a matter of St. Martin. This is our issue for us to address and for us to solve. So I want to encourage the Prime Minister, Madam Chair Lady, to seek of getting or to get to the evaluation of our integrity chamber. In fact, the proposal from the State Secretary, as communicated to the Prime Minister, should be put with the integrity chamber. I've understood that our request, my request, for the results of the employee survey of the government will be made available and shared with Parliament. I want to understand how we are going to apply. I remember vividly in the Prime Minister's inaugural address for this government, referring to the Disaster Reserve Fund, and that will be put towards infrastructural improvements. And I would like to know the specifics and the plans therefore. Many of my colleagues have addressed the issue of the road network on St. Martin. And I want to thank the Minister for his responses. And I know we're now just making sure that, and we are now, I could continue now. I was just making sure I saw the chair ladies look in terms of sufficient persons here. And I want to thank, as I was saying, Madam Chair Lady, through you, the Minister of Vromi for his responses to my questions regarding the road network. But what I don't understand, and I think it is something that if we don't carefully guard against it, we are going to end up trying to stretch a guilder to more than 100 cents. Meaning, the funding that we have, we're trying to put it in every area, so no area is really structurally dealt with. And with that, I want to find out from the Minister of Vromi through you, Madam Chair Lady. I received your answers. What I didn't specifically hear is what is considered a private road? What is considered a private road? How are the choices made to serve hard surface, so-called private roads? And then what I don't understand, Madam Chair Lady, and that's why I mentioned stretching a guilder to get more than 100 cents out of it. because in the responses by the Minister of Romy, reference was made to the Aki Tree Drive in Cold Bay. That, according to what was projected, 300 meters had surfaced for 190,000 guilders. Why would you undertake such a project and you cannot complete the entire road? Are the persons on that road at the lower end more entitled to have the road had surface than those higher up? How could you stop the road halfway? Forget about what the lack of drainage of that road did to the persons lower down in Cold Bay, including myself. Forget about that. But explain me why, if you're going to have surface a road, you're going to do half of the road. Explain me that. Minister of Romy, I am so happy that you have taken up the issue of the administrative sanctioning that is possible. And I think that part of the answer to many of our issues today lie in that possibility. The possibility that can be given to ministries to sanction behavior, to fine behavior. There is a law on administrative sanctions. And specifically for the Ministry of Romy, that law has been put into effect. And so, Minister, I want to encourage you, and I'm going to come to how I believe this can be done, to make use of that possibility. And it's not about what you collect out of it, it is about the behavior that you can deter and restrict because of it. So this bestuurlijke handhavings implementation for Vromi was done in June of 2022. And I encourage the government to use this tool as best as you can. Because we have, so many of my colleagues have stated it, getting persons who act in contravention of the law, especially where their behavior is concerned, on the public roads, where garbage is concerned, etc., to go through the criminal part of it is onbegonnen werk, as we would say. Yet the government have in their hands the bestuurlijke handhavings verordening and for Vromi in particular, for which it has been declared in effect. And then I need to add in here, if I can get an update on the monkey project that was put in the hands of the Nature Foundation. I want to address some issues under the Finance Ministry. And it has to do with the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin. And I know the agreement with respect to INYA and how the government of St. Martin, as per 2027, will be receiving via the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin the portion that St. Martin, respectively Curaçao, will have to pay. And I would like the Minister of Finance to ascertain from the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin how, with a net result in 2023 of less than 150,000 guilders, it's 140-something thousand guilders, that between now and 2027, this can translate in results that would make it possible for St. Martin and Curaçao to get dividends sufficiently to pay into the INYA agreement. I want to address the issue of tax reform. And I'm sure many of us, maybe with some envy, have followed the tax reform as taking place on our sister island of Aruba. And I want to encourage our minister, who has a tax reform plan, to follow the process that has been followed on Aruba. So when we see and have seen a couple of weeks ago that Aruba has taken a next tax reform step and lowered income tax, for example, that is based on a decision, a vision of tax reform, and then these incremental steps, including their turnover tax, raising that on one hand, so also going in the direction of indirect taxation, and then now a part on the income tax. And I encourage the Minister of Finance, the vision that the minister has verbalized, Madam Chair Lady, make that the vision and policy going forward of this government, so that the incremental steps that the government has indicated, especially where collection is concerned, especially where the senior citizens are concerned, that step by step these can be implemented while this grandiose plan of tax reform is being worked out. There is another matter that needs to be corrected in the area of profit tax, and that is the correction to that law where foundations and associations are concerned. I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair Lady, from the Minister of Finance and other ministers who might be able to chime in, where do we stand? What has been the results of the research, if I can call it that, into the acting positions in government, overall speaking? Overall speaking. When does the minister believe that her vision for collection, so tax collection reform, can be implemented? To the Minister of TIAT, I've learned, Minister, that at least the design of the beautification for Phillipsburg is getting on the way. And if the points of departure of that design can be shared, what has the one who will now design the beautification of Phillipsburg, what are the points of departure given by the Ministry of TIAT for that design? You know, we sometimes, including myself, feel that St. Martin is the center of the world. And I think in some ways, we are entitled to feel that way. However, the question that we need to ask in the context of where do we go from here, can we become a center in an area that St. Martin is good at and can get better at? What area would that be? Maritime, financial, medical? Can we pick back up the hub center that we used to be? Or can our orange economy be the center? We need to find something that this country is good at and make it better, make it the best. Can't be everything, can't be all of them, but we need to find something to be the center of. I would like to get an explanation. I've heard the answers, and I cannot understand why the lottery decree is still pending if it is at the governor. And in the answers by the government, Madam Chair Lady, it is mentioned for decision making. Nothing is at the governor for decision making. It is the decision of government, and then to be signed or not by the governor. Again, from the Minister of VSR, his concurrence, Madam Chair Lady, with my idea, my request for a 1 meal per day for our senior citizens who would be in need of such. Minister concurs. Minister will find out But again, resources, capacity, money, if there's anything to be done. We don't have it. Which makes me ask the minister, through you, Madam Chair Lady, there was, based on the World Bank's report, in collaboration with the UNDP, a project for a food bank on St. Martin. Does the minister know of this project? Did anything ever happen with and to this project? A food bank, by that name, Food Bank St. Martin, under the auspices of the World Bank, to be executed, collaborated on with the UNDP. I have expressed my concern to the minister on the issue of the social registry and the delay that we are encountering in that area because of the lack of capacity to do some of the necessary. I await somewhat with concern, because I just could imagine the kind of results that we will receive from the STEP survey. But what caught my attention was the response, Madam Chair Lady, in asking about the STEP survey, that the ministry responded that in as far as the information could be shared. But I think it is detrimental to know what the health profile of this country is. Several of my colleagues have asked about the issue of the HAP, and the minister has responded in his answers what the status is. And so my follow-up question to that is that about AHAP? You know, so the phenomenon of AHAP, or is it about the establishment in Simpson Bay that you're going to have a review done, you're going to have different stakeholders coming together? So is it about a huisartsenpraktijk in general with the kind of hours at the location in Simpson Bay, or is it about that facility in particular that this kind of investigative approach is going to be, or maybe has already been applied? Many of my colleagues have also touched on the matter of immigration. And I asked the Prime Minister, I believe it was, and now I'm asking the Minister of Justice. And I don't want to ask Minister, are you aware of, or have you read it, or do you know it? No, I do want to ask, are you aware of and have you been informed of the Migration Needs Assessment St. Martin and that report that was made by the IOM? And I ask that because in there, several of the issues that we face in immigration are highlighted. And does the minister at this time, is the minister able to provide us at this time an indication of where we stand with immigration in general on this island? There seem to be ongoing consequences and follow-up, actually, to the BTA, yes, the Brooks Tower Agreement, where persons who received permits under that system that then eventually became permanent residents, and then as recently as 2023, a spouse of someone like that is admitted to the island on the basis of the spouse receiving a permanent residency because of having received a permit as part of the BTA. So when we look, do we have an overview of our immigration situation in terms of how many permanent residencies, how many temporary ones? What is it really out there? And you know, because of the measures that the French authorities took immediately following the recent incidents, some of them fatal on the French side, and the fact that they have put in a helicopter. And I asked myself, and I guess, given our lack of resources, that even if this is in the pipeline, is not of something tomorrow. But I do know that before we were even country, there was a police helicopter on or for St. Martin. Any thinking, any desires, requests, or anything regarding, for example, a helicopter for the KPSM. I come to the Minister of ECYS and just would ask the Minister in this retreat by whatever name could very, and it was mentioned by the Minister in her presentation, but could very much attention be paid to the orange economy as an economic driver on St. Martin. And with respect to the national symbols, I heard the Minister of ECYS clearly in the preparation of a cultural script. And I ask if somehow that can become or that can evolve into a symbols catalog for St. Martin with our symbols, and where we can look at things like the naming of St. Martin and what do we call this island when we're talking about both sides of the island, you know, those kind of things, and proudly exhibit what our symbols are, whether it be our traditional clothing, cooking, whatsoever. If they're symbols, if we can catalog them. And then, Madam Chair Lady, I took note of the presentation, of the item in the presentation by the Minister of ECYS for the Dr. Martin Luther King School, and all the things that not only need to happen there, but will happen there. And from what I saw in the presentation, there was only an amount of $350,000 for CapEx for that project mentioned. And I wondered if that amount is to cover all of the things that were mentioned by the minister for the Dr. Martin Luther King School. Madam Chair Lady, coming back to what I believe this government should do as we move from where we are today, a budget 2025, and we understand the state of the budget, as we move from a governing agreement to a governing accord, a governing program rather. And I want to ask that the ministers, in terms of capacity, take a strong position to receive from the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin assistance where it pertains to drafting legislation. And this should not only be for the legislation that regards the central bank. It should also be for legislation regarding taxes. And I want to keep it in the financial sphere, but not only the legislation that the central bank thinks is necessary. I want to encourage the Council of Ministers to make a hard claim together at BZCAR when it comes to capacity, especially legislative capacity, on our terms and what we need for legislation. I heard, I believe it was the Minister of Justice mentioning that the Minister of TIAT is working on a BAFPOL training. And I want to encourage the ministry or ministries who are doing that, make it bigger. We need controlling entities in this country. We have a waste ordinance. We have an existing wage ordinance that actually came from island territory days and is now a country ordinance. As old as that ordinance is, nothing that is taking place today in terms of garbage, in terms of wrecks on the road, in terms of anything on the public road that could be considered garbage or waste, is prohibited. These things are not allowed. And that's why earlier I stated that I cannot agree with the statement that St. Martin is a lawless country. Everything goes. No, no, no. We have laws. We don't have to make a waste ordinance today. Yes, of course, after so many years, some improvements and tweaking can take place. But just if we were to take that law and we were to have a team, that's why I mentioned what I did to the Minister of TIAT, to control on the basis of that law, and we use the Bestuurlijke handhaving, I bet you, in less than no time, we will get persons understanding that there are consequences for this kind of illegal behavior. And yes, yeah, we gotta educate, and we gotta make aware all of that. But we got to continue with that, but that does not mean that we can wait for that. Cleanliness is not something that we have to teach anyone. Our laws are there, and we need control. We need controllers, we need inspectors to make sure. Otherwise, I mean, persons and businesses are laughing at us with these laws. You're not even supposed to gather garbage in your own property. That is not, not conducive, not looking good, and on your own property, according to that very same ordinance. I want to stress the issue of decentralization, and that's where I mentioned the community councils and making them part of the governance framework. And in that context, I want to make a plug for the St. Martin Development Foundation. The St. Martin Development Foundation that was created with such a clear mandate and vision for the elderly and the youth. That foundation, which started again when we were with our backs against the wall because institutions like AMFO and so had fallen away, and we created the St. Martin Development Foundation, and from the year that it started to receive subsidy from government was at 3.5 million guilders, and it has not changed a cent since then. Utilize these institutions to assist the government, especially with its social task. I mentioned the European Union, I mentioned the Netherlands, and I mentioned regional for ways at looking at funding acquisition. That is what we need to be doing now, because ministers, otherwise I fear that when you come back here in the next couple of months maybe to present an amended budget on the basis of your governing program, we are going to be exactly where we are today. The wishes and the vision, but we don't have the capacity. We don't have the resources. We don't have the money. We cannot continue like past administrations have done to talk about, oh yeah, but we nearly have a balanced budget. Boy, if we had submitted it a little earlier, we would have had 3 years of, no sir, that is not true. And those who understand the concept of the government budget would know that this realistic budget is what it is today. And if we want to do more, if we want to do it more structurally and better, we need to find some kind of funding acquisition. And that is the kind of brainstorming that I believe this government needs to have. I mentioned a retreat again, call it what you wish, but get together and realize that we need to do some things differently, establish your policy, your vision, Minister of Finance on the area of taxes, establish that, and step for step, increment for increment, carry out what you set out to do. The same thing goes for you, Minister of Romy, Minister of Education, TIAT, VSI, especially in the area of social matters, mental health, the health of our people. the health of our people. I am so concerned about especially the health for the hands that rock the cradle. And that is the women, the mothers, the young mothers, the elderly women here in this country. Because we have already moved from that productive peak that then everyone could have come to this island and find work. And now we got to deal with the results of that. Now we have to deal with the results of that. And we have to openly, not openly until you have formulated it clearly, but we have to deal with the matter of our health coverage. What is the use? What is the use of us talking about our elderly and praising them for their contributions that they have made to this country when we can now offer them the best in their golden days, golden years? The matter of funding acquisition for issues such as climate change, infrastructure, and energy and water. These things, and of course, debt financing, resonate, but our plan for it needs to be clear. We cannot make a claim to the Dutch government, amongst others, for debt swapping, whatever it is, unless our plan for such is clear. And that, for me, as far as I'm concerned, other questions, ministers, on your budget, I do not have. That exercise in terms of, yeah, but all of the SLAs, you still have a 23 written here instead of 24 or 25. That has been happening all along. It was there when we get one in 2024 too, at the beginning of 2024. But that, to me, the budget in this context, we need it. We need a budget. The earlier in the year, the better. But I think our task and our mandate is greater than that. And that's what I look for from you, members of the Council of Ministers. And I really want to thank you for giving attention to some of the points that I have raised. I honestly believe that we need to do some things differently. We need to take some quick decisions and, to move this country forward. So, Madam Chair Lady, I think, most of what I stated, there are not so many questions, a few of them, but I really, really look forward to hearing the COM's response, to all of the ministers' response to my suggestion of kind of taking a step backwards to be able to leap forward. And I thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. We have now come to an end of the questions by the members of Parliament in the first round. In discussion with the Council of Ministers, I've understood that the Council will be ready to commence with the answering of the questions tomorrow, 2 p.m. in the first round. Hence, this meeting will be adjourned until tomorrow, 2 p.m. Notification from the Secretary General will follow. I therefore wish everyone a blessed evening. Meeting adjourned until tomorrow, 2 p.m.